Hello, whoa, people or person. Welcome to the Neat and Chill stream of what is it? The uh, 26th of October, 2024. Halloween is right around the corner. I'm about to start ramping up my horror movie viewing very soon. But hello, how is all person doing? Might be a slow night tonight, but that's fine. You know, the host always keeps it going and going and going. I was thinking about doing things a little bit differently tonight because there are like several significant things or events that have been happening throughout the week. And I'm hoping like maybe I'll be able to cover them. If we don't get too busy just chopping it up, right? We ain't got a lot of people here so far, so maybe I actually get through all the topics. But yeah, if we don't waste too much time just chopping it up, then maybe I'll be able to touch them all. But yeah, there've been like some major events going on this week in particular. First of all, Lil Durk just got arrested. They've connected him with a murder for hire plot on rapper Quando Rondo and his crew. If you remember, King Von was killed by Lil Tim of the Quando Rondo group, clan, or collective. And people for years have been saying, when are you going to slide for Von? Slide for Von. When is Lil Durk going to get some vengeance for, his underboss, King Von? And it seems like in the shadows, on the low, he was working on getting that done. And there were some events that took place where somebody, a cousin of Quando Rondo, got killed. Now everything has been linked back to Lil Durk, and he's been arrested. Other than that, Donald Trump, as you can see, I got my Trump hat on tonight. Just got this from Timu. Ain't the best quality, but it looks good enough. But Donald Trump went on the Joe Rogan podcast recently, and it seems that it was a very good interview. But I have one question in particular that I need answered before I co-sign it, and not like it's as amazing as people say it is. And also, Israel attacked Iran over, I think, what, the weekend? Well, I think really it was like about 24 hours ago, not even that long ago. And why is no Israel attacked Iran, right? Yeah, and so why is that of significance? Well, goddamn, you have two superpowers going head to head at this point. So maybe we do have a World War III scenario on our hands. You got to think about it. Given our relationship with Israel, it's very possible that this could escalate to something more troubling, more serious. But we'll see. Certainly, nothing ever happens, right? So, all right. So we got Red Knight in here. It might just be me and him hanging out tonight, but I'm not. I don't have an issue with that. I don't. I don't have a problem with that. We hanging out all night. We can do that. But other than that, those are some of the topics that I hope I get the time to cover, during the stream. But with me personally, life has been going good. I put out the video, the second iris rejection video, and that was actually cut from last week's stream. And that video came out so good. I gotta say, I wish I would have put like some pictures with it and shit. But I was just doing it real quick because I was like, yeah, it's whatever. But when I would listen back to it, I was like, oh man, that was such good storytelling, and we got some decent comments under it and whatnot. I got a comments video coming out tomorrow too, where I answer some of those comments and comments from other videos as well. But we'll get to all that in due time. So I might actually have to have the time, the opportunity to go ahead and check into some of this shit that's going on right now. Um, this is my ex over here. Let me see. Since I got the little Durk thing lined up first, let me actually, how do we do this? Let me go here first, right? Let's look at some. Let's go straight to the articles, the articles. Rapper, I don't know, like I don't trust a lot of mainstream media outlets these days. Let me see, Newsweek. What's the latest one? New York, because a lot of these sites a lot of these news article sites nowadays, they want you to goddamn subscribe and allow for cookies and all this dumb shit, bro. Like I just want what happened to just reading a fucking article? Let me see. They're gonna ask for something? Hopefully not. Oh, you sign up. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you right in the ear. Grammy winning. Oh, he won a Grammy? Damn. Rapper Lil Durk charged with orchestrating 2022 Los Angeles killing. So this happened 2 years ago. Grammy Award winning rapper Lil Durk has been arrested in Florida on federal charges that he paid for the attempted 2022 revenge killing of rapper Quando Rondo at a Los Angeles gas station, a shooting that resulted in the death of Rondo's cousin. Durk, 32, is charged with conspiracy to commit murder for hire in the slang of Savia. Come on now. Robinson, 24, who was gunned down on August 19, 2022, according to an FBI affidavit released Friday. 5 other members of Durk's Chicago-based rap collective, Only the Family, or OTF, have also been arrested, and at least 2 more arrests may be forthcoming, according to court documents that have been filed. Durk was arrested Thursday night in South Florida as he attempted to flee the country, the FBI says. Durk, whose real name is Durk Banks, won a Grammy earlier this year for Best Melodic Rap Performance for his song All My Life, which featured J. Cole. He has also been nominated 3 times and was a featured performer on Drake's Laugh Now, Cry Later. Martin Estrada, the U.S. attorney for Los Angeles, called the shooting a cold-blooded murder. The shooting occurred in the open at a gas station at a busy intersection. That makes it even worse because endangering many others in the area, Estrada said in a statement. Violent gun crime of this sort is devastating to our community, and we will have zero tolerance for those who perpetrate such callous acts of violence. FBI agent Sarah Corcoran said in her affidavit that OTF members engage in violence, including murder and assault, at the direction of Banks and to maintain their status in OTF. Durk's representatives did not immediately respond to emails Friday seeking comment. According to Corcoran's affidavit and other federal court records, the shooting stems from the November 2020 slaying of OTF rapper King Von, 26, at an Atlantic nightclub after Von and Rondo got into a fight. Records say a friend of Rondo's pulled a gun and shot Von several times, killing him. Von, whose real name was Davon Bennett, had 2 hit singles, Crazy Story, and Took Her to the O. So this all goes back to King Von getting into the fight with Quando Rondo outside of a nightclub, and then Quando Rondo's friend defended him and killed King Von in what I guess most would say was self-defense, actually. You know what's crazy about this situation to me is that that's where this all started. Like, okay, I get wanting to avenge your friend. Oh, give me a second here. I got a phone call. I'm sure this isn't going to interrupt much. Oh, this is definitely going to be a big interruption. Well, I'll be back. I got to go pick somebody up and then I'll be right back. Stay right here, please. Fuck. Damn it. The second I start the fucking stream, my niece got off work and needed me to pick her up. God. Oh, Lord, I'm sorry about that. And you know what made it worse? God, her job is like all the way uptown. Then she was like, I don't want to go home. Drop me off at my dad's house. And you know, it's not her fault that I was streaming at the time that I had to go pick her up. So I went ahead and dropped her off. But that added like 15 minutes to the shit. I was like, I'll be back at least by 10:40. Drop me off at my dad's house. Shit. Right, man? God. I'm sorry about that, though. I'm late as hell. So now I'm just going to act like the stream was supposed to start at 11. We're just going to play pretend now. Fuck! Chad is currently dropping off Iris at the corner. He'll be momentarily back. No, I had to pick up my... And again, it's not her fault. It's not her fault. I'm mad because it interrupted my stream, but it's not her fault. She just got off work. And I knew she would be... but the thing was, it was getting late. So I was like, if she hadn't called by 10 o'clock, then she probably got somebody else to pick her up. So that's why I was like... But in the back of my mind, I was like, she might call. I don't know. I guess maybe on Saturdays I had to start later. I think I'm gonna have to start at like 11 on Saturday because if she went to work, then I don't know what time she's gonna get off. It could be like from 8 to 9 to 10. I really don't be knowing. And so it just really interrupted my shit and right when people were coming in and just fantastic. Why is there only like one like on the video? If y'all ever come back, attack the like button for sure, man. But no biggie. I mean, I'm just mad at myself because, you know, I'm trying to be more punctual and professional these days, and shit like that just fucks that all the way up. Hello, people. Welcome back to Neat and Chill Saturday edition. We're a little, not even late, just horribly interrupted for 45 straight minutes. But we'll get through the show all the same. So who showed up tonight after I got the fuck out of here? Durk serves darkness. He gets what he gets. So we're going to get back to the little Durk story. We're going to get back to the little Durk story. In fact, let's just go ahead and get back to it, since I don't think anybody's here right now, so I can get... All right, I'm going to start from the top. Right? Okay, so Grammy-winning rapper Lil Durk charged with orchestrating 2022 Los Angeles killing. Grammy Award-winning rapper Lil Durk has been arrested in Florida on federal charges that he paid for the attempted 2022 revenge killing of rapper Quando Rondo at a Los Angeles gas station. A shooting that resulted in the death of Rondo's cousin. Durk, 32, is charged with conspiracy to commit murder for hire in the slang of... God, I don't know how the hell you say that name. Robinson, like, parents, please. Who was gunned down on August 19, 2022, according to an FBI affidavit released Friday. 5 other members of Durk's Chicago-based rap collective, Only the Family, or OTF, have also been arrested, and at least 2 more arrests may be forthcoming. According to court documents that have been filed, Durk was arrested Thursday night in South Florida as he attempted to flee the country, the FBI says. So from the information that I saw, he tried to throw off law enforcement. Like, he tried to book different flights. Like, I think he booked one to Dubai, booked one to, I think it was Dubai, Italy, and I forgot the third country. But basically, he booked multiple flights at the same time. And people think that he was trying to throw off the feds by doing that. But I think even if he got a head start on trying to escape, I don't think he would have got away with it. I mean, look, I'm not saying that you shouldn't even try, but it's like trying to flee the country as a superstar, millionaire, celebrity is like gotta have like a 99.9% rate of failure if we're being completely honest. Like you're not getting away. You're not getting away with that shit. Let's just be completely honest about that. Like that is just nah. we You ain't doing that. That's just just you too famous. If you could be low key or something like that, then yeah, but nah, not someone as famous as him. But again, I respect the attempt, but damn, like once you get to that point, you're kind of fucked. You're kind of fucked. Durk, whose real name is Dirk Banks, won a Grammy earlier this year for Best Melodic Rap Performance for his song All My Life, which featured J. Cole. He has also been nominated 3 times and was a featured performer on Drake's Laugh Now, Cry Later. Martin Estrada, the U.S. Attorney for Los Angeles, called the shooting a cold-blooded murder. The shooting occurred in the open at a gas station at a busy intersection, endangering many others in the area, Estrada said in a statement. Violent gun crime of this sort is devastating to our community, and we will have zero tolerance for those who perpetuate such callous acts of violence. So this is something that gangsters or shooters or whatever need to be conscious of. Because I think sometimes what happens is these guys, they get away with shootings and murders and violence in the hood. And they think it carries over anywhere. Like, I got away with it here, therefore I can get away with it over. It doesn't work like that. Because, and I'm just going to be honest, I could be wrong, but this is what I honestly believe. I feel like to a certain extent, law enforcement does not give a fuck about gang members killing gang members when it's in that particular community. And I think that's why you have so many unsolved murders in Chicago, in those hood areas, and really in a lot of hood areas, why you have a lot of people getting away with murder. Because I think there's less incentive to try to solve them. Because again, you got to look at it from the perspective of law enforcement, right? Where you already have cases of righteous good people being killed that need to be solved. And you only have but so many resources. Like your resources are limited as law enforcement. You got everything that you have to handle. All these different things you have to handle, from the common traffic ticket to robberies, break-ins, drug offenses. It's so many different crimes and paperwork and things they have to solve and deal with. Yeah, we're probably not going to put all our resources into random gangbangers killing each other if we know that's what it is. And again, I think that this gives these guys a false sense of confidence to where they get to a certain level and they think that they can keep doing it. It's kind of like what you saw with FBG Duck when the guys from O Block went to go kill him, but FBG Duck was in an upscale neighborhood in Chicago shopping, and that's why he had his guard down a little bit. And so you gun this man down in broad daylight, surrounded by innocent civilians. Again, this ain't happening in the hood no more. And you gun this guy down in broad daylight. You're making law enforcement look bad if you get away with that. And so they're going to use all their resources. I mean, look, just think about it. This is what I'm saying, right? When you look at the FBG Duck situation and how they track his killers from O Block to the destination where they kill FBG Duck, to back to O Block, how are these guys even getting away with any murders whatsoever if that's how easy it is? Right? You got cameras on O Block. So how they getting away with anything? Because these motherfuckers don't care until they target certain people or they commit these crimes in certain areas. And so the mistake that was made here, or one of the mistakes that was made here, was taking this bullshit out of the hood into wherever the fuck you think you can bring it. Not a good idea, because they're not gonna just let you make them look bad like that. And so FBI agent Sarah Corcoran said in her affidavit that OTF members engaged in violence, including murder and assault, at the direction of banks and to maintain their status in OTF. Durk's representatives did not immediately respond to emails Friday seeking comment. According to Corcoran's affidavit and other federal court records, the shooting stems from the November 2020 slaying of OTF rapper King Von at an Atlanta nightclub after Von and Rondo got into a fight. Records say a friend of Rondo's pulled a gun and shot Von several times, killing him. Von, whose real name was Davon Bennett, had 2 hit singles, Crazy Story, and Took Her to the... Oh! And so this was what I was talking about before I was so rudely interrupted. And I have to make this point here. I understand that your friend, your ally gets killed and you want to avenge him. You want to get revenge. You want to slide and all that. But what would make me feel so bad, even if I'm gang in and out, like I'm a gangster in the streets, I would feel bad sliding for Von. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. I would feel, and the reason why is this. It wasn't like King Von got caught slipping or was like murdered in a situation where he was just living life and then motherfuckers ran up on him. What makes it so bad is that in a lot of ways, King Von really got himself killed because he instigated and initiated the violence that night. He could have walked up to Quando Rondo in peace to squash whatever, because everything that I've heard about what led to him having issues with Quando Rondo does not seem to justify how much things escalated and how far they ended up going in the end. It doesn't, to me, it just doesn't check out. Doesn't balance out. Like I've heard that it was over a feature, over a girl's, shit talking on the internet. And we all know King Von, he went to the club and he saw Quando Rondo got out and then tried to fist fight him, was beating his ass, and then Quando Rondo's shooter or friend defended him, killed King Von. We know that's the story. I'm just saying, as King Von's friend, I would feel bad sliding for him because it's like, nigga, like you fucked up. Like you was starting shit for no good reason and got yourself killed. Like, we'll never know what King Von was thinking that night, but I've always felt like that night he was clout chasing hard. I feel like in the back of his mind, or maybe even in the forefront of his mind, he had to be thinking, look, I'm going to go out here and whoop this nigga ass. It's going to be on TMZ, all the blogs, DJ Academics going to talk about it. And I'm just saying, I feel like he was clout chasing. I feel like he thought that he was just going to beat this dude ass. He know I'm bigger than him. I've been in prison. I've been working out all these years. I've been in fights. I'm gonna definitely beat his ass, right? And he probably just thought he was gonna beat his ass, dip out, and then be in the news the next day. And then ended up getting killed in the process. I mean, honestly, it was so stupid, bro. Like that whole situation was just stupid. Like the whole gang life in of itself is stupid and ridiculous. Let's be honest. But if you're gonna do it, you don't want to die over some dumb shit. That's like in The Godfather when Sonny Corleone got killed trying to, beat up his sister's boyfriend because he was beating on her. Now, that's a better reason than this shit. But still, it was that, like, bro, you on a different level. You ain't supposed to be doing shit. Like, you don't just run out beating up randoms, right? Or beating up low-level people in the fucking streets. Like, you get somebody else to do that shit for you. Like, you boss status. And looking at it, even within the context of, like, gang politics and gang life, again, it's just, I always thought that King Von got himself killed over nothing, bro. Like, he died for nothing. And so, if I'm Lil Durk, I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Like, it would be hard to convince me to slide. Like, rest in peace. I love you, but you fucked up. you, I'm not about to go down to slide over this situation. Like, you got yourself killed, bro, and beefing with some niggas who not even from Chicago, some young niggas at that. Like, it's just, man. But whatever the case may be, Durk still decided to slide for Von. You know, I'll say this: at least he did it in a boss way. Right? At least he didn't try to pull up himself. At least he used his status as the boss to orchestrate the hit instead of trying to do it himself. That's the only credit I can really give him, right? Is that he understood his role and his position. You know, but I always wonder, like, what is that conversation even like? Right? As the artist, at what point? Because you got to think, you in a gang, right? Like, look at how many of these artists start off in gangs, live this street life, become successful rappers, get rich, and then they become a boss. And then they have under bosses and capos and guys under them, and then soldiers, you know, like the typical like mob structure, right? Excuse me. And at what point though do you have that conversation? Like, look, y'all, I ain't doing no more shooting, no more sliding, no more missions. Cause if I go down, I'm just saying, like, like, some people can understand, okay, we gotta protect him. We gotta protect the boss. But I can see how ego can kind of get in the way of that and be like, why should I risk my life for him? Or why should I, you know? So I'm just saying, I don't know how that conversation goes. I don't know, like, at what point is it accepted within the group that this guy doesn't have to put in work anymore, that he's the one that gives the orders. And I guess maybe it's the money thing, right? When you got the money and they know, like, it really should be common sense. He got the money. If he dies, this whole thing crumbles, right? Because that's what you see a lot of now. With so many gangster rappers getting killed, you see everything crumble underneath them because they were the head of the dragon, so to speak. You look at FBG Duck, when he got killed, everybody under him, you don't hear about him no more. You don't hear about them anymore. You look at, what was the other one? It was another one recently. Oh, Julio Fulio. Same thing there. He got taken out, and then everybody connected to him. Just, you don't, right? It's like, as the heads get cut off, there's less interest in the people under them. So I guess, again, it should be common sense, but I'm just saying, I guess because I'm not fucking crazy. It's hard for me to think about it like, oh, I'm gonna just sacrifice myself for this nigga. Right? I don't know. But authorities say Durk made it known that he would pay a bounty to anyone who killed Rondo, whose real name is Taquan Bowman. Almost 2 years later, a murder plot quickly came together, Cochran wrote. On August 18, 2022, Durk's associates learned that Rondo was staying at a Los Angeles hotel. That day, DeAndre Wilson, Keith Jones, David Lindsay, Asa Houston, and fifth unnamed suspect flew from Chicago to San Diego and then drove to Los Angeles using funds provided by Durk, Cochran said. That day, Durk allegedly texted an associate arranging the flights, "Don't book no flights on the names involved with me." See, that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, that boss level shit. But it's stupid too, right? Because I'm just like, this guy is obviously basically saying, I know y'all sliding and killing for me, but don't connect it to me. So you got to think, if we fuck up, then he's straight and I'm not. So again, it's like, this is why a lot of times this shit just don't work out, because you got to really have loyal people who are really seriously willing to sacrifice themselves to do shit like this. But, you know, if the FBI, if law enforcement have this kind of evidence, Lil Durk is really fucked though. If they got texts like these, and you got to think, they're probably drip feeding us information as far as like what they have, because it's been revealed recently that one of the guys who is closely associated with Lil Durk and OTF was wearing a wiretap for years, hanging out with these guys and shit like that. So, like, this is bad. Like, this is, like, in terms of the popularity of the rapper, and the amount of time he's gonna get, this might be the worst takedown of a rapper we've ever seen, bro, in terms of like them going to prison. Like you got guys like, for instance, like C Murder, but C Murder wasn't like Lil Durk famous. Like Lil Durk is a superstar. A lot of C Murder's fame is associated with the fact that he's locked up and shit like that. But he wasn't as big as Durk is today. Like Durk is a Grammy winning artist, multiple Grammy nominations, features with some of the biggest artists that you could possibly name. Right? Like he's on a completely different level. And so again, when you look at it, like when have we ever seen a rap artist this big get like a lot of years? Cause the way this is looking, bro, like this could really be like a 25 plus year sentence. If not more than that. Like people already talking about life and death penalty and all that shit. I don't think he gonna get life or death penalty. But I can see like a lot of years, like 25 plus for sure. But then he could take a plea and shit like that. But then it's like he's the head of the dragon. So a lot of times plea deals and stuff, they'd rather give that to the guys under you so they can get you hard. And he the top guy. Ain't nobody above him. So it's like, fuck. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly how it's going to play out. This is bad, basically. This is some bad shit. Once arriving in Los Angeles, the OTF members met Kayon Grant, who had flown there on a private jet. Grant, a top OTF associate, got the men hotel rooms, purchased 4 ski masks, and obtained 2 luxury sedans, court records say. Grant allegedly gave Jones, Lindsay, and a third unnamed suspect, including one that had been converted. It gave Lindsay and a third unnamed suspect guns, including one that had been converted into a machine gun. Stuff like this makes me think about like how complex these missions are, though, when you think about it. Because one, you got to cover your tracks going from A to B. Like from the point you walk out of your house, it's one thing when you doing all this in the hood, but when you talking about these bigger missions where you going from county to county or state to state, like when Julio Fulio got killed, and then those guys had to go from like Jacksonville to Tampa, right? So they had to drive across Florida just to get close to him. Right here, you have these guys going from Chicago to Los Angeles just to get close to their target. Like from point A to point B, there is so many opportunities to fuck up and to get caught. Like think about all the cameras you're caught on, all the doorknobs you touch, and the things you drop, like spitting the gum out, drop the blunt, this and that. You got in this car, that car, this person saw you, that person saw you. Man, these types of missions, bro, are hard. This will be a hard mission to get away with, bro. For real. Like, there has to be a better way to separate the boss from the soldiers. Because this is really the problem, is separating the boss from the soldiers. Like when you look at the Young Dolph murder, everybody knows that the head of the dragon that was the enemy of Dolph, what's the Yo Gotti side? I forgot there's CMG. Everybody knows Yo Gotti is the head of that dragon. But thus far, everything is being connected to his brother, Big Jook, who was killed, by the way, and not so much to him. Again, we know he's the head of the dragon. We know that, but nobody can really see, like, in terms of real tangible evidence, any way of connecting Dawes' murder to the shooters, to the bounties, and the people who gave it out to him. Everything goes back to Jook. And so what I'm saying is, maybe if you the boss, you need somebody like Big Jook. You need a Big Jook under you where even if the hit doesn't go to plan, even if you get caught, it all goes to him. And again, this is where I talk about how do you accept that role knowing that's what it is. But Some people do. Let's be real. I mean, even Straight Drop, the guy who shot one of the guys who killed Dolph, he didn't snitch. He didn't talk, and then at least not yet. So some people can stand on that shit. But I'm just saying, like, that's because I'm not a killer or anything like that. But I'm just trying to put myself in their shoes. If I'm the boss, I'm the superstar rapper boss gangster. How do I create enough separation between me and my underlings to where the things they do can't be connected back to me? And I think that's really where Lil Durk failed in this situation, is that he didn't create enough separation between his criminal goals or his goal to kill Quando Rondo and anyone close to him. He didn't create enough separation there between that and the people who actually need to do it. You know you can't do it, right? You know you can't do it. It's very few bosses that's gonna ride. Like I think Lucci, YFN Lucci is one of the few guys who did that. But it's very few who gonna ride on that shit. That's dumb anyway. You don't want to lose your boss. But yeah, how do you separate yourself from that, man? And it's like you gotta have a big juk. You gotta have an underboss that you can trust, and he gotta know, right? Like it should never be a situation where you gotta tell him everything what he gotta do. I think that's one of the keys. At best, like you should have the green light, but it should be somebody that's close enough to where you guys can have a face-to-face conversation about it, and you can green light him to take the lead in terms of making the hit, knowing that even if it goes wrong, it's only going to go as far up as where he is at, as opposed to you. Like, but even then, if they can make that connection between him and you, that's where the problem is. But like I said, that's what we see in the Yo Gotti situation. Some people think that they're building a case against him. Some people think it's not possible. But so far, he's in the clear in terms of law enforcement. So that's what it seems like you would have to do. You got to have somebody that you can trust directly under you, where you ain't got to babysit every step. Because that's where Durk is getting caught, right? Don't, wait, what did he say? Because they got it right there. What did he say? He said, don't book no flights under names involved with me. Durk allegedly tested an associate. Don't book no flights under no, boom, that's the connection. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it cannot be a situation where you got to tell anybody shit, right? That's not your job. You got to have somebody under you that does that. All you do is green light it, right? Y'all go to the basement or wherever, a place where y'all know ain't no wiretaps, no nothing. And that's where you talk about it. But really, it's on him to get the details. You just really stamping the mission and like, yeah, you putting the money up and you giving the green light. But as far as being the head of the shit, it's got to be your underboss. It can't be, you can't be texting niggas, right? You can't be texting niggas, don't do this, do this. That's what he supposed to do. And then you got to buy the ski mask and you got receipts. Come on, bro. It's crazy. The next day, the group allegedly followed Rondo and Robinson as they drove a Cadillac Escalade to a Los Angeles marijuana dispensary, a West Hollywood clothing store, and then a gas station across the street from the Beverly Center. There, Houston allegedly parked his car behind the station so Jones, Lindsay, and the unknown defendant could ambush Rondo. They got out and opened fire, killing Robinson, who was standing outside the Escalade, but missing Rondo, the indictment and news stories about the shooting say. So they killed Quando Rondo's cousin, but they didn't get Rondo. And Rondo was the intended target in this, obviously. I mean, when you look at this mission, I think overall you have to say it was a failure because it's leading or is ultimately going to end in the incarceration of all parties involved, as well as your boss. If they had got away with it, it's still not quite mission complete because I feel like unless you get Quando Rondo or Lil Tim, you haven't really fully avenged Von, because if you get Lil Tim but not Quando Rondo, then you got the person directly responsible for his death. That's great, right? In terms of being a gangster, in terms of gang games, right? I'm not saying great as in that's what I think, but just within the context of I'm in a gang and I'm trying to get revenge. If you get Lil Tim but not Quando, that's good because you got the shooter. If you get Quando but not Lil Tim, that's still good because you got their boss. But anything other than that, unless you're just killing everybody around him, it don't equal what you lost in King Von. But it's something. Like, to me, it's an appetizer. It's a start, right? It's showing that, hey, we didn't just let you get away with that shit. And we got one of your family members behind it. And we might be coming back. Like, it's a start, but it's not like mission complete. But because they got caught in the end, it's just like when LPG Duck got killed. Yeah, you got Duck, but you lost too much in the process. You lost what? Like they lost like 5 or 6 guys to prison over that hit. Like you took out the boss of the rival group, but you lost too many guys in the process. Then Von got taken out. Right? It's crazy like how this whole. It's crazy how this whole house of cards is just crumbling down bit by bit, bro. It's amazing. The suspects then went to an In-N-Out hamburger stand where they discussed payment with Grant and then flew home to Chicago and San Diego. Corcoran and other documents say Wilson allegedly later paid Jones and Lindsay an undisclosed amount. Grant, Jones, Lindsay, Wilson, and Houston were arrested Thursday in Chicago on conspiracy to commit murder for hire charges. No attorney information was immediately available for those men in court records. After their arrest, Corcoran wrote, Durk booked 2 flights from South Florida airports, one to Dubai and one to Switzerland. That was the other place. Then he booked a private flight to Italy. I was going to say Italy, but was arrested in Miami before he could board it. Durk and other defendants are being held pending their transfer to Los Angeles. In 2019, Durk and King Von were charged in Atlanta with a drive-by shooting that left a man wounded in the leg. Prosecutors dropped the case against Durk in 2022, 2 years after Von's slaying. Durk had denied his involvement. So, damn. In 2014, Durk pleaded guilty to felony aggravated unlawful use of a weapon and felony possession of a firearm. After he was seen carrying a gun on a Chicago street, he was spared jail time. 2 villages in Chicago's western suburbs honored Durk and announced collaborations with his charity Neighborhood Heroes Foundation to provide youth mentors. But on Friday, Broadview Mayor Katrina Thompson announced she had severed ties to Neighborhood Heroes and had withdrawn the honorary key to the village given to Durk. So yeah, in recent times, it seemed like Durk was trying to change his life. He converted to Islam and he got the keys to the city. He was promoting peace and whatnot. And whether or not this was him honestly trying to achieve change or just trying to cover his ass. Well, yeah, he was trying to cover his ass. Let's just call it what it is, because if you were really a changed man, and you realize that the things that you were doing and promoting were bad, then you wouldn't be trying to flee arrest. You would be like, okay, it's time for me to pay my dues to society. It's time for me to pay the price. So he really was just sitting there trying to get himself or trying to clean up his image. And I think really what he was doing, when you think about it, is, like I said earlier, you're creating that separation between yourself and the guys under you who are doing more of the dirty work. Because the better your image, the harder it is to make that connection. It's not enough to beat hard evidence. Don't get me wrong. But I think that it helps. I think it does help somewhat, right? It's kind of like, my bad, I hate the mic. It's kind of like when you look at Young Thug right now in jail or in court. A lot of what hurts his image is that when you look at his music, pictures, photos, his association, everything was blood, slime, gang, kill this nigga, fuck this bitch. Like, his image is just 100% gang member. You gotta, right? But if your image isn't like that, like, just say, for instance, if someone like J. Cole, out of nowhere, you found out that he was connected to or allegedly connected to a hit or something like that, you would hardly believe it because of his image. Or Kendrick Lamar. But I think for these rappers that try this shit, it's harder because so much of your imagery is already steeped in blood and death and negativity and violence, you know. I think it's very few rappers that manage to really clean up, like to go from hardcore gangster rapper to cleaning up their image successfully. Like T.I. comes to mind. 50 Cent is another one. You know, if a case came about involving 50 Cent or T.I. and connected to a murder, you would almost not believe it just based on how much they've changed their image in recent years. You would almost be like, he might have not done it, right? But I think for Lil Durk, it's just not enough time has passed for people to accept this new image that he's trying to present. So now that he's gone down, it's like, nah, he did it, right? You ain't fooling me, nigga. So I don't think that it was really all that successful, but yeah, it's just, I don't know, man, like this, quite frankly, man, it's such a waste. You know, you become one of the most successful rappers in the world, and now you about to just throw it all away over what is ultimately a failed hit. You know, like that's what really makes it fucked up. And like I said, I don't think we've ever seen a situation like this where a rapper this big is probably gonna do a very long prison sentence, if not life in prison. We've seen plenty of rappers go to jail. We've seen plenty of rappers get killed. But how many big rappers do we know got like life in prison? Like big as Durk, right? You got like TK47, but he wasn't big like this. It was more like a hit record connected to his inevitable incarceration, right? It was more so that story than him just being a great big artist or something like that. You know, like I said earlier, C Murder, but again, he wasn't as big as Durk is today. And then you got rappers who done like a couple years, 5 years, 10 years. Like Bobby Shmurda did like what, 7 to 9 or something. I forgot how many, but he wasn't this big. That's the craziest thing about this situation is the rapper this big, like, and really, I think Young Thug is probably another example. I think the difference though, people feel like Young Thug can probably beat the case. Maybe not everything, like the switches and all that, but I think Young Thug has a fighting chance, especially from what we've seen recently. But this little Durk shit, I think he's fucked. I think he's fucked. Like, for the evidence they've already presented, the fact that he's already tried to flee, the fact that he had a member wearing a wiretap for years, a trusted member. This guy did a 12-year prison sentence. And when he came out, they gave him money and rank, all this shit, and let him be around. Like, who else are you gonna trust as a gangster, right? You a gang member, then the motherfucker that did 12 years and came out with a clean name. It's like if I could trust anybody as this and he was the one person you definitely should not trust. Yeah, I think Durk is fucked. Just a shame. It's a shame that he's really thrown his life away like this, given all of his success. You know, his children. Oh, we got the memes here. Young Thug showing Lil Durk how to cause a mistrial. I saw that earlier. But what's the latest? What's the latest? I just know pray for India in this challenging situation. Pray for Lil Durk to set free. I just know she probably can't eat or sleep. This was such a life-changing situation, sending love to India. So that's that's the mother of his children and his girlfriend. Very attractive young woman, if I do say so myself. But I think recently they've been having relationship problems. But I gotta say, and I saw Charleston White talking about this before, and this is so true. Like, we gotta stop this shit in the black community, in the hip hop community, where we like an artist so much that we look past the fact that these guys are criminals and murderers and all these things like that. Like, it's just so idiotic, if we're going to be completely honest about it, how we side with these people who have been, more than anything else, a menace to society. These guys sold drugs in their communities, committed crimes in their communities, robbed people, harmed people, killed people. But because they got a good image and we like their music, it's like anytime they get locked up, we just tend to support them. It's so stupid. We got to stop doing that shit, bro. Look, I don't care how good my music is. If I get caught for murder and it's clear that I fucking did it, you don't gotta support me. You don't gotta support Chad Marco just because I make good music and I'm a funny motherfucker. If I'm doing Jeffrey Dahmer shit on the side, you shouldn't support me just because I make good music. But, Lil Durk helped make Broadway girls. He should be allowed to kill a couple people. Dude, this is how motherfuckers really be thinking. He should be allowed to kill a couple people. Lil Durk. Oh, we gotta play this. Oh, wait, it's music, so I'm probably gonna get copyrighted. But I fell down to my knees when the log came. It's funny because people been playing this shit, like that little clip from his song, involved with every case involving somebody else. Now he the one really falling to his goddamn knees when the law came. That's the mugshot right there. That's the mugshot. I don't get that meme. I am unfollowing anyone who talks about the Lil Durk shit. We are too old to give a fuck about anyone who's committing crimes willingly, dog. Y'all killing me right now. Thank you. Fuck Lil Durk too. Oh, so this was just what I was talking about.
This man, I'm going to show you what's wrong with the black community. Y'all celebrated him coming home. Him coming home. You celebrated that. This man is an enemy to black people. He did more damage to black people than the Triple K, and probably has more bodies by selling drugs or actually than was unalive in slavery and Jim Crow, black codes, all that. This guy got a whole movie, documentary series that comes on TV about him. He is an enemy to black people. He is an enemy to black people. But y'all celebrate him coming home. Everyone's buzzing about him coming home. Crazy. This man is gonna die in prison.
He ain't lying though, right? Even the big meat shit. Everybody said, "Oh, big meat come out, bruh." Like, I get it because these guys, like, the story is just so amazing and interesting. The image, the lifestyle, the party, the fun, the women, the money, and then the music. Like, we have a lot of great memories associated with these individuals and the things they were connected to. But we got to take a step back and realize that a lot of the people that we celebrate have like in real fucking life have been such a negative influence in their community. Like anybody that's made millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars selling drugs, they have been a negative impact on their community. I don't care how many turkey drives them niggas do, how much real estate they, even motherfuckers like Young Dolph, right? We love Young Dolph music, but he raps about and talks about how he was the plug and he was selling this and selling that. And it's crazy. Like, again, we become so infatuated with the image of these motherfuckers that we forget about the harm that the real life shit they've done have done to their communities. You know, like you better off liking the fake rappers, like motherfuckers like Plies and shit. You know, at least they make good music without having actually destroyed or played a part in destroying their own community, you know, just to be able to tell those stories. Lil Durk, Federal Nightmares. Academics got to chill out with the Lil Durk commentary. His videos turning into FBI analysis. He doing all the work for them. Rapping, singing, Lil Durk. I wish I could sing. There's absolutely nothing I need to know about Lil Durk. Lil Durk's side chick said, free him. Nah, this got to be the side chick before the clout, because no way Durk been hitting that recently. I don't know. Maybe she do something like she might be hardcore gang though. Sometimes you need like an ugly bitch that's just down with the gang for real. Lil Durk gonna be all right. He bounced back from the oh, that was his first baby mama. Like the that was his first baby mama. Bro, I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, like. When I tell you about how I could have lost my virginity to gorilla orc bitches, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is what I'm talking about, bro. Like, if this is why niggas in the hood tend to not be virgins and shit. Because if you can't get it from anywhere else, you're going to get it from one of them. But only someone like me who got standards, you know, wouldn't do that. Free Lil Durk. Lil Durk started making positive music, converted into a Muslim, tried his hardest to end game. Bruh, come on now, bruh. Y'all tripping. No, this bullshit. If he was really about that life, he would not try to flee the country, period. If you were really about that, you would not try to flee the country. Lil Durk lost all his phones day before his recent arrest. I lost my phones. Boom. Right? He's trying to put it out there. I lost my phones, y'all. Yeah, you lost all 8 of your phones in one day, please. He was trying hard too, though. He was trying hard to cover the tracks. That's what he was doing. Oh man. Okay. Well, I mean, that's my thoughts on that shit, though. That's my thought. It's unfortunate to see somebody with so much success just throw it all away, you know. But you can take the nigga out the hood, but you can't always take the hood out of the nigga. That's really what it is. It's like I always say, you are who you are. You are who you are. Whether you got money or not, you are who you are. That's kind of what happened here. The government put crack in my blunt. Durk threw his life away on Get Back. If I were a millionaire, I would be getting Philly cheesesteaks and the models to throw it back on a nigga. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what it was. And like I said before, bro, what make it so bad is that Von fucked up. Like, let's just be he slid for a underboss of his. Now I get it. Von was important and had a lot of potential, but Von fucked up in that situation. He escalated a beef instead of de-escalating it and got killed over it. He started it. He started the shit and got killed, and the other side, they killed him in self-defense. So I'm just like, that like even if you my friend, I'm like all right, if my best friend got killed starting a fight and then the other side they killed him in self-defense, I ain't about to slide. I ain't about to slide a thing. You fucked up. I love you, man, but you fucked up. You my best friend, but if you die like that because you started a fight with somebody and they shot your ass, because you thought it was good to just run up and right, we're gonna do fisticuffs, ooh, and then they poop right. This is fake, YouTube. Fake firearm. You see, this is fake. Fake firearm, right? Just like the fake BB gun back there. But like you could, these motherfuckers like, damn. That's what makes it so bad to me. You know, if it was a different set of circumstances, bruh, where it's like Vaughn was shopping at a clothing store and them niggas just ran down on him, I would be like, man, I kinda get it, bruh. You know, it's like me and my friend, we were talking about the Young and Ace situation. And you know, Young and Ace was famously beefing with the now deceased Julio Fulio. It was one of the biggest rap/game beefs in Florida. And most of it started because Young and Ace was in a car, I think, with his brother and some friends. The car got shot up. Everybody died but Young and Ace, and he got hit too. So think about that. You in a car with your family and friends. It gets shot up. Everybody dead but you, and you hit up too, but you survive. That's some traumatizing shit, bruh. Like, that's some traumatizing shit. Like, you can almost see why he would be willing to just throw it all away just to get revenge, bruh. Because it's like, that's like Goku on fucking Namek and then Krillin get blown up right in front of him. Like, you think Goku supposed to just be like, well, Frieza, guess I'll go back to Earth. It's like, no. Like, Goku didn't care that Namek was about to explode and all that shit. He was like, you go down here. This is now. Fuck no. When Cell killed Trunks in front of Vegeta, Vegeta didn't care that Perfect Cell was now Super Perfect Cell and was gonna wipe the floor with him. He said, nah, bruh. He went in. No hesitation. Right? That's traumatizing shit. But if you die over some stupid shit, I can, right? Like, wait, you want me to slide, but nigga, you fucked up. So I can get the mentality to a certain extent, you know, where you come from that lifestyle and you feel like your friend was murdered in cold blood. That's a challenge I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, but we're human beings at the end of the day. And you can understand that. But if you get killed and you with a dumb nigga doing dumb shit, like you fuck with them first. You threw the first stone and then they defended themselves righteously and lawfully. What? Like, damn. What can I do? That's what make it bad for me, man. That's why, yeah. That's what make it bad for me, dog. But yeah, he threw it away. He threw that shit away, man. He threw it away. I haven't forgotten about me sending how I became a 36-year-old virgin. I'm trying to finish the email. Yeah, you never checked the email. I mean, you never sent the email. I remember that. Nebula, I know I was super late, but welcome anyway. I'm glad you came. I just got here. Kimosabi, Jacoby Corpening, Red Knight. You thinking about getting a Steam Deck or ROG? Not really. This how it feels when a girl flakes. Only she won't be back. At least you knew. At least you knew I'll be back. You know, I had to pick my niece up from work basically, and she called right when I started the stream, and I thought she had a ride because it was getting so late. Like she went to work at like 2 o'clock, so I was like, if she didn't call by 10, somebody got her, and she called right when I started the stream. So from now on, I'm gonna just make sure. Like I'll probably just start the stream at 11 on Saturday if I know she's working. That way we won't have to deal with that shit, you know. But yeah, and then to make it worse, I had to take her to her dad's house. So we had to pick her up, come back to my part of town, then go over there. Crazy shit. But we got the show rolling. Chad needs to hurry his nut along. Oh no, not yet. I can't believe Joe Rogan didn't ask Trump about DMT. Did he ever ask Trump about the war in Gaza and the genocide in Gaza? That's all I care about. If he didn't ask about that, then the interview means nothing. Because that's like not asking Kamala about immigration, right? I've heard no talk about Gaza being mentioned in that whole interview. If he didn't mention that, then I'm gonna run my goddamn mouth. That's how I know it was a setup, because why would you not go for the obvious weak point in Trump's campaign? Why would you not go after that? To me, that's suspicious. That's the biggest one to me, is his unrelenting support of Israel in the face of their handling of the war, where they're killing more civilians than soldiers. If you don't bring that up, then you're not presenting unbiased journalism or questioning or podcasting, whatever you want to fucking call it. That's like me bringing Kamala in here and not asking about the immigration shit. Imagine Kamala in right, hanging out in here, a Secret Service agent on both doors, behind both doors. Oh man. Mm-hmm. Bro, you gonna do an election stream? Yeah, for sure. I got the hat, so I might as well. I interrupted the goon session. Well, I got one later, so I did about 3 or 4 yesterday, but you know, I'm just getting ready for Halloween week. You know, I'm getting my movies set up. You know, about to buy some candy, watch some horror movies. You know, I celebrate Halloween for like a whole week straight, basically. And I ramp it up towards like the last 3 days. So I'm getting ready for that. So what is it, Saturday? So yeah, it's about time for me to start really watching some good horror movies. I'll probably watch something tonight, actually, after I get off stream. And I got to record some music tomorrow, though. I watched like 3 clips of that JRE Trump stream in the morning. Yeah, I watched a few clips. I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, from what I did see, Trump, you know, he had the same appeal that he always has. You know, he seems like a real person. And they talked about that. They talked about how authentic, Donald Trump seems compared to other politicians and especially presidential candidates. You know, but my main concern about Trump is his stance on Israel, because he talks like he will be ready to send us to war over that shit. And Israel and Iran recently attacked Israel, and Israel retaliated. You know, and I've always heard this conspiracy, and admittedly, this is a poll conspiracy, but the conspiracy is the idea that when the government or the powers that be, when they get to the point where they want to get white men back on board with sacrificing themselves for the country, they're going to switch out presidents and kind of flip the political balance to what they think is in their favor, right? So it's like, if you're a hardcore Trump supporter And then he becomes president right around the time that World War III is about to start or Israel goes to war with Iran. The idea is that you're going to get more young white men to follow Trump's lead, or white people in general. And again, this is just a poll 4chan conspiracy that I see. I don't know if it's true or not, but you know, I'm always plugged into those sort of things. But that's the idea that they had. A lot of people, a lot of them, they feel like that the powers that be actually want Trump in power now because they've already accelerated and got through a lot of their previous agendas as far as like open borders and shit like that. And Trump can't fix that anyway, right? So we got Biden and Kamala to burst the borders wide open, fuck up the economy, put a lot of pressure on the citizens and shit like that, destabilize the country. Now we get Trump back in there and he's going to blindly support Israel no matter what the hell they do. They could be raping children in the middle of the street and Trump is going to support them. So we get him, and then the way people take sides, right? If Trump is for war to defend Israel or World War III, whatever the case may be, then we're going to follow him right into the flames of war, right? But again, poll conspiracy. Those Indians got to brain down their population a bit. They have absolutely no eugenic proof. When do we start talking about Indians? Even if you make Jeffrey Dahmer stuff on the side, most people don't care as long as you appear to be well adjusted. Like, what if I'm really like killing to eat motherfuckers? People on average hate your local weirdo more than they'll ever will a random serial killer. Well, it depends, right? If the serial killer's got some appeal to him, like what was it, that TikTok killer or the guy with the tattoos on his face and he got love letters from women and shit like that, you know. But it depends. Most mangakas are pedos. They all defend each other and celebrate each other. It's a big pedo nepo circle. You often hear of new mangaka getting caught with CP. Maybe. Again, that could be a thing too. You know, you see a lot of like lolicon and stuff like that. And me personally, I don't give a fuck about shit like that. Just be honest. I don't give a fuck. But once you step into like the real territory of cheese pizza, then yeah, that's craziness. Man, Hellbreaker just in here talking shit, bro. I'm trying to follow like where he's coming from. Just cracked open a beer and Ganter. Welcome back to the stream. Back to being a NEET for now. Marco be looking so Sigma with a MAGA hat and a gun. You should have said that. A fake gun, YouTube. See the orange tip. This is fake. Prop. But fuck Biden. Fuck Kamala. I mean, Biden's out of the race. I told my niece if she didn't come out of that damn store quick enough, I was gonna go in there with my MAGA hat on and I was gonna embarrass her. Because I told her, when I come pick you up, you better be ready. And when she got in the car, I said, if you didn't come out quick, I was going to go in there with my MAGA hat on. I had the hat on when I was driving. I told her, if you didn't come out, I was going to go in there and say, hey, where is such and such? I'm her uncle. Real talk, I'm liable to get into a fist fight walking around with this shit where I'm from. Like, I'm like it's a likelihood that I would get to fighting over this shit. Despite the last 4 years of absolute disaster from Biden and Kamala, people still got the problem with this. Put this shit up. You know how YouTube be. I thought I was 2 hours late, but nah, Marco didn't start the stream till 40 minutes ago. Yeah, I started the stream, and 15 minutes in, my niece called, and I had to go pick her up. So it was some crazy shit. I'm happy you went back to NEET them. Enjoy it, man. I wish I could go back. I be telling y'all, man, like part time. When I had my part time cleaning job, it was basically like still being a NEET. I always remember that shit. Like it was cool. It was cool because I had a little money, not a lot, but I had a little money. I was giving my mom some money, and since I was working part time, it wasn't like super demanding, right? But 9 to 5, definitely that's 9 to 5, 6 days a week. Yeah, that'll. If you ain't ready for that, yeah. But that's why I always suggest at least starting with prime time. I mean, I said prime time, part time. At least start there if you are gonna get your feet wet in the world of work and start seek part time, because it's part time is depending on the structure of it. It's basically like being a NEET essentially. It's like a NEET with minor obligations depending on the job too. I got super lucky with mine though. It was super lucky. Like I could go to work and dress any way I wanted to, and I had an easy job. Like that shit was cool. It was cool. Goku went hard on Frieza, but went soft on Cell. Cell was for Gohan. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much. Yeah, shit. That is true though. But he knew Gohan could beat Cell though. He knew it. He knew Gohan could beat Cell. That was the only thing about it. I know that we give Goku a lot of shit for forcing Gohan to fight Cell. But you gotta remember, like, he was literally there with Gohan when he started to tap into Super Saiyan 2. He was there. He felt it. He was like, oh shit, this gonna change the game. Right? He was like, oh hell no, it's over with. He was like, nah, bro, like, hey, nah, yo, Cell ain't shit though, bro. He knew. People criticize that shit so much, but he knew. He was like, bruh, like, it's there. All he got to do is tap into it. Now, of course, Gohan could have got killed before he tapped. But I think the logic of Goku was that if you push him to the brink, to the limit, his instinct would kick in. Because that's pretty much how Dragon Ball Z works with the Saiyans. When they get pushed to the limit, that's when they're at the absolute best. That's when they had the Zenkai boost and all that. That's how he unleashed Super Saiyan, Vegeta. Like, that's when you have to get pushed to the absolute limit. And he knew, like, it's not no average shit that's gonna bring that out. It's gonna get bad. He gonna get his ass whooped first. Right? We gonna get our ass whooped. Bruh, like, shit gonna get real nasty but it's there. And he trusted it. But I'm just saying, you gotta look at it from Goku's perspective, right? Somebody that can sense energy and power levels, and you training with Gohan, and you feel a power like you've never seen ever in your whole life, and you invented power levels, right? Right? Like, like this, like that. He would have to be like, whoa, fuck. You got that? Oh, we good, bro. Like, we good, bro. And you remember that scene when Goku and Gohan were like chilling, like laying out in the grass in Super Saiyan mode? Because that's when they perfected, like, just walking around in Super Saiyan state, like, just normally. And you see how laid back and chill Goku was? Like, because he knew. He was like, bro, this shit done, dog. Gohan really fucked it up. That's the only thing about it. Gohan fucked it up when he didn't finish him off. He didn't finish the job. Gohan's a fuck up, to be honest. Let's be honest about that. Gohan is just as much of a fuck up as Vegeta. If we want to be just honest about this shit. But Goku knew. To his credit, I think if you look at what he saw, his strategy made sense. But Gohan is a fuck up like Vegeta. That's the problem. They're both supreme fuck ups. Goku gave Cell a sensu bean after fighting him. That was dumb. that was dumb, right? That was overconfidence right there. I will blame him for that. Since feeling Gohan's power and knowing what he could do and letting him fight Cell, all right. Giving him the sensu bean, overconfidence. That was dumb. That was stupid. That was fucking retarded. Because you got to think about it. Even with less energy, Cell was probably still gonna beat Gohan's ass. But it only would have made it easier for Gohan in the long run. But I guess too, if you think about it, I don't know, because even if he didn't give Cell the sensu bean, I don't think Gohan could have won. I guess my only concern is that would Cell have had the energy to push Gohan to the limit the way he needed to? Would he have had the energy to create the Cell Juniors that were going to attack everybody else, right? Because maybe he could only do it because he had the energy to do it. And if he didn't, he wouldn't have had. But again, it's like, it's still though stupid. In my opinion, stupid. Because I think Cell would have still ended up doing most of what he did anyway. They say in Sparking Zero, there's a what if scenario where Goku throws Perfect Cell a sensu being laced with Fent, so he reverts back to laced with Fent. Ain't no way. I seen the meme, but it ain't no way. Goku on still. The MAGA hat is a bit much, Marco. I think I look good with this shit. Yo, when I bought it, I didn't expect to be like this. Yo, I make this shit look good. I ain't wearing it to the hood, but I look good in this bitch. They want to go to war with China. I mean, if it's going to be World War III, then you already know how the lines are drawn. You got Russia, North Korea, China, Middle East, like Iran and whatnot. They're gonna be together, and then you got like America, all Britain, all our allies and shit like that. Look, I know we got too many allies to name, but a lot of them like smaller countries though. It's like if you look at it on the Russia and China side, they got like heavy hitters, dog. Like they got some heavy hitters, bro. Like China by itself, but they got a billion people over there. Dude, imagine if India had the kind of like infrastructure and army of China, bro. Because you got a billion motherfuckers over there too. Imagine India, but with the power of China, bro. Or even like half of that. It's a shame. It's a mess over there, man. Because with those numbers, they could have like one of the most intimidating fighting forces on the planet. Hellbreaker be spitting sometimes. Let him cook. I mean, he can cook. I'm just saying, I don't know where he was coming from with some of those comments. Like he was talking about like mangaka pedophiles. I'm like, when did that topic come up? You're a bold man for rocking that hat and hood. Oh, I ain't going to the hood with this. I mean, I guess I would have went into the store, to embarrass my niece with it on. But even that would have been a risk. But I ain't just walking around. Because, I know I said I would vote for Trump, right? And out of Kamala and Trump, yeah, to me, he's the better candidate. But I'm kind of with Nick Fuentes on this, right? And I think that Trump's unrelenting allegiance to Israel is troubling to me too. And I feel like as real as Trump is, I'm seeing the same problem that I have with most politicians with him. And it's how they don't give full context to situations, right? And the way he just blindly supports Israel without even looking at all or talking about like the full context of Israel's conflict with Gaza and whatnot. I don't respect that. I don't. I think up to this point, Trump has been such a real nigga, right? He's been one of the most authentic, real politicians I've ever seen. But when it comes to Israel, he's an ass kisser. He's a bootlicker. He's a dick sucker, and I don't respect that. I don't respect that he don't keep it real when it comes. And I'm not saying that he can't take their side overall, but I'm saying at least talk about it from the perspective of the full context of what's going on. That's all I'm saying. And I feel like anybody that does not do that is not trustworthy. If you can't look at the full context of everything on both sides, historical leading up to now, and because that's basically what we have when politicians talk about the Ukraine going against Russia. Like Kamala literally said, big country bad, little country good. It's not that simple. Ron Paul predicted this would happen back in 2014 because he saw America mingling in the business over there in the Ukraine. We supported the coup d'etat of the pro-Russian government because, then that meant that we could replace it with an anti-Russia government or help establish an anti-Russian government in Ukraine. And then now we have an ally next door to Russia. Russia not stupid. They see that. We going to war. That's context of what the fuck is going on. And that's all I want. Again, you can still take the side of Ukraine, but at least provide the full context of what's going on. If you don't do that, I don't trust you. And Trump is a real nigga when it comes to a lot of shit. But on this one, he been just as fake, just as ball licking and semen slurping as a lot of these other motherfuckers. And I don't respect it. I don't respect it one bit. And this is probably one of the most important topics because this could lead to fucking world war. Right? If you're talking about Israel going against Iran and other countries in the Middle East, and then what if China and Russia gets involved? Like we got all the ingredients for world war right now, bro. We got all the ingredients. What we need more than anything is a president that's gonna say, fuck all these niggas. Fuck all y'all. America first. Right? That's what we really need. If you ain't saying fuck all these niggas and taking a step back, I can't really fuck with you, bro. I can't really fuck with you. But still, within the little puppet master games of politicians that we have available to us, given to us, yeah, Trump is better than Kamala by heads and shoulders for sure. I was about to tell you about that MAGA hat. It's probably going to get you in the altercation, but nah, you got them hands. I ain't worried about this shit. I ain't saying like I know how to fight MMA, boxing, or nothing like that, but I'm not scared of these niggas out here. I'm not. If I had to, bruh, if I really fuck with Trump like that, I would go to the hood, not the hood, because fuck the hood, but I would go to the mall and Walmart. I go ahead and let the shit happen. Right? I ain't scared of these niggas out here. But to me, it ain't that serious. Like, if I did it, I would be doing it knowing I'm trying to start shit, bro. Like, that's the only thing about it. If I went to Walmart or I went uptown wearing this shit, just walking around, I'm inviting trouble, bro. And I don't fuck with Trump like that to bring that upon myself, to endanger my life for his ass. Hell no. Now, if I was hardcore Trump supporter, like I really believe in this nigga like that, then sure. But I don't. I just think he's better than Kamala. But when I risk having to fight niggas in Walmart over this shit, getting jumped in Walmart, having to throw them things in Walmart, I ain't, It ain't that serious for me, bro. It ain't that serious. It is not. It is. It's not that serious. Some motherfuckers, bro. Though, yeah, they love Trump like that. I don't love him like that. You know, I just think overall he's cool, cooler than Kamala for sure. This entire time I thought Marco didn't vote. I didn't vote. I didn't vote. I like Trump more than Kamala, but I'm reconsidering voting for him because I think that this um well one he ain't gonna do shit about immigration. He ain't gonna nothing of value anyway. Even if they close the border more, you know, the damage has already been done, bro. You know, I go outside, I see random Mexicans walking around all the time, like something I've never seen before. Every time I go in Walmart, grocery store, I see Mexicans talking Spanish, crazy shit, bro. And it's not a racist thing. I'm not fucking racist, but it's just the idea of millions of foreigners basically invading your country, right? With no kind of assimilation, no filter, no processing, nothing. Like they just come in and don't even know the language. That's ridiculous. And Trump can't fix that. He can't fix that shit. And the damage is done. He can't. He can't deport. He ain't gonna deport a goddamn thing. If he did, he could probably deport some criminals and shit like that at best. But that's like it's a bigger problem than just that. Because whether they're criminals or not, it's still like mass illegal immigration is still gonna fuck up the country, and have a negative effect on the citizens. And Trump can't fix that. And then on top of that, Trump, the way he's talking, like he ready to go to war for Israel. I can't support that shit, bro. But like me wearing this hat is honestly more a fucking meme than anything else, to be honest with you. I don't have hope that Trump is going to fix America. He might do some things better, but overall we're fucked. That's what people gotta. That's what I just think is it. Because even if Donald Trump wins, we're still divided as a people, right? Either Kamala wins, and then half the country is pissed off and upset, or Trump wins, and the other half is pissed off and upset. We're divided in fucking half, and that's the bigger issue for me. I don't care who fucking wins. I want to see people united again. I want to see a government that's by the people for the people. I want to see the First Amendment being protected. I don't want to see exceptions for hate speech or misinformation. I don't know. I want First Amendment free speech no matter what. Second Amendment, that's what I want. Freedom first, America first. That's what I want to see. And none of these motherfuckers are giving us that. None of these motherfuckers are giving us that. You ever notice how girls would say they need time off the relationship when they're on holidays, vacation, and then get back to their beta bucks? Girls would say they need time off when they're on, and then they get back to. So you're talking about like a girl that's like taking a break from relationships in general. Like, I'm not dating anybody seriously. Yeah, I think that's probably girls wanting to have like a little whole period, right? Because you got to think about it. For a girl, let's assume the girl isn't willing to cheat, first of all. I never wore two hats before. I just wanted to experience it once in my life. but let's assume the girl is of decent character and she's not willing to cheat. I think for them, being in a relationship, it puts a pause on them being able to sort of enjoy all the options, all the dating options that they have, all the fun that they get to have from stuff like that. And I think, and I guess to a certain extent, this is true for guys and girls if you think about it. At least guys that can get girls, the way like this would more so apply to attractive guys, desirable men. But this is like the experience for the average woman if you think about it. But yeah, it's like being single and being in a relationship for a woman has pros and cons. The pros of being single is that they can do single girl stuff. They can have fun with the big dick thugs and chads and cocaine dealers and shit, like the bad boys, non-committal sexual engagements, things like that. The downside is they don't get the perks of a relationship, right? Like a greater degree of intimacy, the social status. I would say like social status, but I think like a lot of girls, they don't really want to be seen as a hoe or a girl that's just loose and fucking around with different dudes. So, being in a relationship can make them look a little bit more respectable to their family, to their peers, and things like that. And it's more stable. It's more stable in a sense because you kind of know what to expect and things like that. And so yeah, I think that for girls, they sometimes they want a vacation or a break from a relationship so they can enjoy the power that they have in the world of dating because they don't get to enjoy it as much in a relationship. And yeah, at least that's how I see it. That's my perspective on that. I think that girls need to do that, or not need, but want to do that because it allows them to just take a break from the the predictable arrangement of a relationship and just go back to the streets, basically. But it's real grim how little self control and deceptive these Zoomer chicks can be. Well, I don't, I'm not really plugged in to Zoomer girls like that. I see a little bit of it, because my niece, like, she's 16 now. And so I kind of see the girls she hangs around with, and they kind of got. I get not like I know everything that's going on with her and her friend group, but you see things here and there, right? Like you see things happen, and like just the type of guys you hear girls her age dealing with, different things like pregnancies and whatnot that's going on. Not with my niece, but again, just people that she knows and things that happen. I kind of see stuff like that, but I'm not really plugged into how they are, what they are doing specifically, you know. But I'm not surprised that that's what it is, I mean, I think I saw a lot of what we see now with Gen Z girls, we saw with my generation of girls, and it's probably just only gotten worse. If anything, I don't see why it would have gotten better. So I would assume that yeah, it's probably just gotten worse. And when I say that, I don't say that to say like being judgmental, like they're bad people or they're bad girls or anything like that. But I just think that they are more far removed from being like relationship material or like the type of young women that would inspire a man to want to be in a relationship with them. But I feel like this is just something that kind of is relevant across generations, right? Because I'm 32, and I think a lot of what applies to Gen Z girls applies to girls of my generation, and that's why I don't really bother with taking dating seriously because I don't see women as being like relationship material. You can have fun with them if you just want to fuck and get involved in drama and shit, but a serious relationship, I don't really see women having those kind of qualities, really. Um, it's funny. I was just talking to a friend. I saw him when I was running today or yesterday. probably Sunday by now. But yeah, running. I was running. I was on my way back home, and I ran into him. We were just talking and shit. And we got on the topic of this girl that he fell in love with and was really into, but it ended up not working out because he basically said like she behaved in such a way where she made him think that she wanted a serious relationship when she really didn't. Like they were doing like the friends with benefits thing, but she was acting like she was wifey girlfriend type when she really wasn't, basically. And then when he tried to push further, she resisted. Right, and when he told me that story, it just to me it's just an example of kind of what you're talking about here, as far as like what the issue with the women of our generation and below. It's like I said, they're not really relationship. I'm not gonna say relationship minded, but material. Like you can't take these girls seriously, right? And we're talking about women, but us guys, we got a lot of issues too. We got problems too, right? I mean, even you look at myself. It took my whole fucking 20s, damn near, just to get my mind right and to mature and things like that. And I still got a long way to go as far as like becoming the man I need to be. I wouldn't even say like I'm not relationship material as far as like the financial side of things and like that. I live with my mom, and again, I'm happy with that arrangement, but that's not what girls are looking for. So even when you look at me, I'm not like a traditional classical man either. So I'm not saying that. That's why I'm not trying to judge them like that. I just think like for our generation, like both men and women, we've been affected by these changes in our society. And it is what it is. To me, I think it's like hedgehog dilemma on a large scale. And hedgehog dilemma is basically because the hedgehog has spikes. It makes being in close proximity to other hedgehogs kind of difficult. And I think that's kind of what we are. Like we're all like fucking hedgehogs. We're covered in spikes, which are a representation of our traumas, our shortcomings, arrested development, and things like that. And so when we come in close proximity with each other, we can't help but hurt one another because of not addressing those traumas, those problems, those issues. And it's fucked up, but I think that's why this is the generation where you're probably better off being single, right? And I think that's why one of the best things about my fucking life is that I am fucking single, because every time I talk to somebody that's in a fucking relationship or something, it's usually like a lot of negativity and shit that they had to go through. It's like and I know I'm kind of ranting now, but this is the last point that I'll make. But I was talking to this older guy, right? Who's like 50. And he knows that I'm single, been a virgin, or I'm a virgin, been single my whole life and all that shit. And, he didn't give me no shit for it, but him being of like more like an older, like man's man stuff like that, he kind of comes from the angle of like, man, you need to go ahead and find you a girl and all that shit. And I'm like, nah. Right? But he was telling me basically about like his relationship life leading up to where he is now, right? First, he had 3 marriages. First marriage, high school sweetheart, didn't work out because they were both young and dumb, didn't know who they were as people, all that shit. Okay, fine. Second marriage, he basically got with a BP demon who was like super manipulative, evil bitch and shit like that. Told me more than likely one of the kids that he ended up having to pay child support to for was not his. She told him the kid wasn't his. He told the judge, but the judge said, since you already been raising the kid for 7 years, you're going to keep raising. Like, and he said this was before home DNA test kits for like figuring out paternity. So you had to go through the court and get a lab test done to get it settled. And the judge basically wouldn't let him do it. So he was paying child support for a kid that wasn't his. And so by the time he met his now wife, and they've been married, I think, for like 20 years. He had 3 kids, 2 ex-marriages. She had 3 kids, exes and shit like that. And even though, again, he ended up finding a woman he could be with long term, when you look at it, it's kind of like they had to settle for each other, right? Because they both had kids and came from bad relationships. So the reason why I say all that is like, you know, if you do choose to play the dating game, you could end up like this motherfucker, bro. I don't want to be like him, right? I don't want to be, and that's why I made that video. Embracing being single and my virginity were the best decisions I ever made, because there's no reason to think I would have ended up any better off than him or my friend that I was just talking about. When Goku saw all the Z fighters getting their asses kicked by the baby Cell clones, he realized I fucked up. Perfect Cell could have wiped everyone out if he didn't want Gohan to get angry. Now look, shit got bad. Ain't like shit got bad. But again, what I'm saying is you got to recognize the moment where he felt the power. The doubt only creeped in when he considered, what if Gohan don't do it? Right? That's the only thing. It was only when shit got bad and Gohan wasn't tapping into it. I'm saying think back to the moment when he felt it. That's why he had supreme confidence. If you felt that power and you understand power and power levels and shit like that, that's why he had supreme confidence. Now, when the day of the fight comes and Gohan ain't tapping into it and y'all about to die, yeah, you're going to be sweating. It's like, because that's the real possibility of him just not tapping into it the way you expect him to. But all I'm saying is, when you think about the supreme confidence that he had, it makes sense. If you felt that, then you know it's game over for Cell. What was it, a risk? Sure. But again, this is a person that understands what it takes to tap into that power, and he felt Gohan's power. But when you on the edge of that cliff, yeah, it's scary, nigga. I ain't gonna front. That's scary but it gotta go there before he can tap into it. It ain't gonna be like fun before he taps into it. It ain't gonna be, oh, Gohan might beat him. No. It's gonna get way worse before it gets better, because if not, he has no reason to tap into it. Goku never turns Super Saiyan if Krillin doesn't get blown the fuck up. Goku probably just gets his fucking melon popped. Chat, Marco is live. Those who know, know. Holiday seasons are what girls call cuffing seasons. Hellbreaker. Maybe part of it too is that they want those gifts. Maybe they time it accordingly, right? Like spring and summertime, spring break, we gonna have fun, go to the beach. But when it get cold, and you know it ain't nothing but bills and wage slaving, then yeah, it might inspire you a little bit to settle down, get you a nice stable boyfriend that's gonna, you know, pay for play, whether he sees it like that or not, you know. Cell had too much of Vegeta's pride to finish Gohan off before he powered up, and Goku knew this. I mean, look, you can see from the very beginning, bruh. Cell was so prideful and so arrogant. He said, I'm going to build an arena where we can fight, right? I'm going to give y'all time to get ready. And I'm going to just stand here. I ain't going to train. Cell ain't do not one push-up. He ain't take a vitamin. He ain't watch no video, no tape on Right on Goku or nobody. He ain't watch no film. He ain't do a sit up. Nothing. He said, I'm gonna set it up and y'all got what was it, 10 days? Do whatever you want to do. Right? Figure something out. I'm gonna kill all y'all. So again, that was a good point. Because he displayed it right there just to give them the time to prepare. Right? What? Imagine the arrogance of that. That's like if you a game banger and you drop your location. I'm in the middle of the mall and I'm gonna be here all day. Right? Come have at it. Have at me. Right? That's that type of shit, bro. Like you give the ops time to get the Mac 11s and the switches ready and all that shit. Body armor. They can go get some ski mask and all that shit, bro. Supreme arrogance, supreme confidence, bro. Dude was gone. He was high off his own farts, bro. But Vegeta was too. He had that same problem. Man, Super Vegeta was so cool, bro. I hate that it just another failed transformation, but that shit was cool. Like he got so big and muscular, and the hair was like just spiked out like crazy. It was such a cool transformation, man. And that's when we got to see Final Flash. Testosterone is what primarily drives libido, and women at their peak of arousal produce double digits deciliters when they are in that time of the month. Like what, when they're ovulating or something? Gohan activated his cocky Saiyan genes when, yeah, he never showed that beforehand. That's funny now that you think about it. He never had any sort of like combat confidence until then. Damn. That's weird when you think about it. Like he had a whole personality shift. You know what? You know what I realized too? Gohan is actually like a bully when you think about it. Gohan is a bully. Like that's a bully type of mentality, bro. Like when you get big and bad, but only when you stronger than somebody, that's a bully. Like straight up. Gohan is a bully. He only get like that when he's like ridiculously more strong or believes he's stronger than his opponent. He did the same thing with Boo when he came back, missed it. Gohan's a fucking bully. Right? And then they be all nice and bitch made when they run into somebody that stand up to them and they can't beat easily. Damn, Gohan is just a bully. When at the end of the day, you think about it, it checks out. Gohan is a bully ass motherfucker. The second he got a little power, then he was like, you're not stronger than me. I'm gonna play with you. Right. I can beat you with one hand on my back. Right. That's fucking asshole. Gohan's an asshole. Fuck Gohan. I didn't even think about it like that. Men at their lowest produce consistently 3 times more testosterone, and we are the ones expected to never seek release unless spoken to. We are expected to have superhuman self-control. Well, that's why I masturbate. You know, it ain't that hard for me. You know, as long as you're okay with masturbating, you can keep it under control relatively easily. All China has to do to defeat America is lace our shit with Fent, you know, or just send the 1 billion troops they have. They ain't got 1 billion troops though, right? Like I'm sure they probably got a lot of millions, but and they probably already infiltrated the country anyway. Got open borders and all that good shit. I tested Iris on Twitter. She said, "Don't talk to me. I hate all of you guys." Maybe she saw the previous. Maybe she saw the previous stream. I don't know. She probably just playing around though. I don't think Iris is nearly as sensitive as people think she is. I think she just I think really she just don't like. She just don't like us, right? I just think that's all it is. I mean, cause I don't know. I guess when I first talked to her, I felt like she might be the type that could like stomach my sense of humor and like the type of content and energy that I have. But maybe not. Maybe Iris is like more I guess more normal than I thought, you know? Like you gotta be careful with that, you know, because just because somebody's on 4chan doesn't mean that they share in that 4chan sense of humor, you know. So we might have legitimately just creeped her out, you know. Nick Fuentes is a plant. I don't like that clown, but he does have some funny highlights every once in the blue moon. Yeah, maybe. Look, I don't know. Look, I've heard everybody's a damn plant. You know, Russell Brand, Joe Rogan, whatever. Like it's right, David. Like everybody's a CIA plant. I've never heard somebody not be accused of being a CIA plant. Right. As far as I know, I'm the only one that's not a CIA plant. I know I'm not, unless I'm MK Ultra right now. I could be MK Ultra out of my fucking mind and not even realize it. um, but I'm just saying, I look, if he's a plant, then so be it. But the point that he made about Trump, I think stands. We don't need to be supporting a president that is talking the way that he does about the conflict in Israel. Because the way he's talking is like, if anybody fuck with Israel, we're going to war. And that if you're talking like that, that's an expression of your personal desires, right? I don't think the average American wants to go to fucking war. And if that's what it is, again, that's another one of the issues I talked about. It ain't by the people for the people anymore. Like, okay, you want to go to war for Israel, but does the average American citizen want to? That's what actually matters. You give a fuck, but do I give a fuck? I don't. That's where we got to start looking at. That's how we got to start looking at shit. And so if Nick is a plant, great, but he made a solid point on that. I don't want a president that's trying to go to war for another country. I don't. A country that, quite frankly, I don't give a fuck about. I think Fuentes is a grifter who goes wherever the wind blows, Hellbreaker. Knock originally did not like Trump in 2016, but got behind Trump when he saw Trump's popularity growing. That could be the case too. He could be grifting with the best of them, right? He could be grifting with the best of them. Like someone told me before, trust no one, right? But a good point is a good point. That's all I'm saying. Most rappers never plan for old age. They live like they won't live past 30. Notice how Tory Lanez and Durk got locked up in their 30s. Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, a lot of them are just stupid. A lot of rappers, they ain't too bright. You know, but I would say this too. I think that it's hard. It's got to be hard having that much access at that age. Because a lot of them get famous and rich in their early 20s and shit like that. And I think that's why a lot of them get caught up in these bad situations. Because when you're that young, you haven't really developed to the point where you understand the full consequences of your vices, your associations, and things like that. And I think it creates a lot of opportunities to fuck up. It creates a lot of opportunities to put yourself in bad situations, you know? And, you know, a lot of people aren't going to be blessed with the wisdom to navigate fame and fortune at a young age. And I think that's why it tends to eat up and consume so many younger people who get famous and rich. You know, it's difficult, right? When you, again, you got women just throwing themselves at you. And you got access to as many drugs as you want to. I mean, look at Eazy-E. He was defeated by his lust for women and sex. Look at Lil Peep, defeated by his drug addiction. Things like that. And then now you see a lot of rappers defeated by their ties to the streets, unable to leave the streets, like Lil Durk. and things like that. And, I guess that's the, all the sympathy I can kind of have for it, right? Because I can get that when you're young and you have just that much, like people think it's just a good thing to be famous and rich, but it's a test also. It's a test because can you do the right thing when you have more opportunity to do the wrong thing than other people? It's one thing to not cheat on your girlfriend when you barely got her anyway, and girls ain't really checking for you. It's another thing when you got eights, nines, and tens in your DMs every day, begging the fuck, like, right? Like, rich, famous people have a higher degree of temptation when it comes to everything. Pretty much every vice imaginable: food, sex, women, drugs, all that. Partying, distractions, greed. And then on top of that, you got to deal with people, wanting your time, your money, and then, scandals, and you're put under a microscope. It's not easy. It can't be easy. It can be easy, but also a lot of these niggas is just stupid. That's the thing too. Trump's first running platform was to build a wall and close the borders. I don't hear him saying that this time around. I'm still voting for him, though, for opposite reasons and a better economy. Yeah, I think, if anything, it's going to be interesting to see if he wins. Can he reverse a lot of this inflation and the issues with the economy that we've been experiencing recently? I mean, it would be so great to go back to, oh my God, like just the way the prices were and shit like that. But God, we might never go back. Like, dude, I don't know. Like, am I tripping? Because I know it's a term for this, right? They call it shrinkflation. But it doesn't just seem like the food has gotten higher. It's like the boxes and the bags they come in have gotten smaller too, bro. Like, I'm looking at these bags of gummy worms. I'm like, bro, this shit was bigger, right? Like, it was bigger at 99 cents years ago. Now it's smaller at $1.25 or $1.50. Like, shit like that. God, when Trump was president, you can get a bag of Twizzlers for $2 at Walmart, $1.98. Now they $3.98. Double the price. It's fucking crazy, bro. It's fucking crazy, man. But yeah, he ain't talking about a wall. I noticed that. He not talking about a wall. He talks about illegal immigration a lot, but doesn't talk about building a wall anymore. They made such a big deal about that fucking wall, bro. And when you look at the money they throw around the other country, bro, I hate talking about this shit because it's just crazy, man. Like, we've been betrayed by our own government, and there's no cope. There ain't no excuses. Like, that is just a fact. We have been betrayed by the government. It's crazy, man. Ukraine women are some of the most attractive in the world. I might have to do some research here. Didn't Lil Wayne get shot when he was young? I think Lil Wayne shot himself by accident. Trump thought about a wall, but he's also a businessman, and he knows where the cheap labor is coming from. That's true. That's true. That's why you can't really trust Democrats or Republicans on this issue, because the biggest war is always between the rich and the poor. The rich, they don't care about this shit because, one, they're insulated from the problems that massive immigration creates. They don't have to live next door to these people. If any of them are criminals or rapists, they're not going to be in their neighborhoods. These guys have security. They live in gated communities and shit like that. They can fly from country to country. Like, they exist in a completely different world from us. And they benefit from the cheap labor. Not only is the labor cheap, but they're less likely to unionize and strike and ask for more, at least now, because to them it's a benefit. right? It's better than what they had coming from the country that they came from. So, to them, they're going to see it as a good opportunity. Whereas for us, we'd be like, fuck that job, or I got to get paid this or that. And, this was a big fuck you to the average citizen. And every country where they've done this, that's basically what it was. Like, that was the rich, the wealthy, the elite saying fuck you to everybody beneath us. That's all it was. Damn, Nick Fuentes, you're a nicker too. Look, I'm just saying, I don't follow and watch him heavy like that. Whenever I do see him, he seems like an intelligent young man that knows what he's talking about, but I'm not saying like I'm a hardcore follower of him. But when I've seen him talk about Trump in recent months, I just feel like he made a very solid point. He made a solid point. Like, what's the point in voting for Trump and getting Trump in office if he's just going to get us involved in a fucking war, right? Right? It kind of defeats the purpose. And I think that's part of the problem that we have is that we accept the presented options instead of saying, you know what, it's probably best if we just don't deal with it. It's too late at this point, right? But I feel like what we would really have to do is I wouldn't say like create our own politicians or whatever, but it's like people have to band together and select someone that's really on the side of the people. We got to stop accepting the options that are presented to us. Because when you think about it, if you have this division of blue versus red, Democrat versus Republican, all it is vehicles to push agendas, but to push them separately. So, okay, with Biden and Kamala, we get more woke shit. We get more liberal bullshit, and we get wide open borders, and we ruin the economy, and then we bring inflation like people never seen before. We disrupt the comfort and peace of the way of life. Okay. Now they want something different. Well, let's give them Trump. Okay, well, he'll bring back some of what they had, but he gonna lead the way for us to go to war and just fuck shit up more. Like that's what we got to be careful about. I'm not saying that that's what's gonna happen, but it's something to think about. It's something, it's all based on the idea that both sides are controlled by the same entity. And it's just like I always talk about in Deus Ex Invisible War. That was the whole plot of the game. Is that from the very beginning, you have this side versus that side. And the player has to choose siding between those two major sides throughout the entirety of the game, only to discover that both of them were controlled by the Illuminati the entire time. And that's what my concern about American politics is. Is the possibility that both sides are ultimately controlled by the same entity and are just vehicles to push different agendas as they see fit. Because it gives people the illusion of choice. But when you think about it, again, where do these motherfuckers come from that we have to choose from in the first place? Like, where did they come from? How do we know that this person is trustworthy? Like, okay, who the fuck is Justin Trudeau in Canada? Like, where'd you come from? Who do you know? Who's Gavin Newsom in America? Who are you? Who's Obama? Where'd you come from? Who do you know? Who do you work for? Like, these motherfuckers almost appear. I'm not saying they literally appear out of nowhere. But if you, think about you yourself, what did you know about Obama before he was presented to you? That's what I'm saying. What did you know about Biden and Kamala before he was presented to you? Where did he come from? Like, who are you really versus who you say you are? And a lot of people just really don't know. And so you're presented with this option that says they're this and that, but who are they really? Are they really trustworthy? You know, the only thing about Trump is that we kind of do know him because we've seen him as a celebrity throughout the years, but still, you know, there's sketchy shit on his side too. So I would recommend you having that hat around your knees. I don't think it's a problem. I don't think that's an issue. She ain't really super into politics. Like, she probably leans towards Kamala or something like that, but you know, she ain't gonna give me no shit for it, that's for sure. I'm the cool uncle, so I can do what the fuck I want to. New Zealand is full of Indians. Canada too. God, the Indian invasion is real, bro. That shit is crazy. You know, and like people keep thinking that it's about like you gotta be racist to feel that way. No, I'm black. I don't want to see a bunch of niggas, grown ass black men coming into the fuck them niggas. I don't know y'all shit. The only mass immigration I'm for is young women, bad bitches coming in. That's it. Just bring in cute, young, fertile adult women. That's it. Young, just bring. That's the type of mass immigration I'm into. The mass immigration of young, attractive, fertile adult women and fuck everybody else. I don't want a bunch of grown ass, stinking ass, musty ass niggas coming into the country. Fuck them niggas. I don't care about you. Stay where you at. If you work so hard and you all they got such great work ethic, why you ain't built your goddamn country up? Do that, huh? Shit. It ain't got nothing to do with now. I'm not gonna say it ain't got nothing to do with race because some people are just racist. But I think for a lot of people, including myself, I just don't like y'all niggas. I ain't gonna say I don't like you. I don't care about you. You random niggas from another country. Stay where you at. Damn. Like, to me, it's more of a territorial thing, right? I ain't trying to share or do nothing for y'all. Stay where you at. Damn. I hope you the best. But stay where you at, nigga. I don't care what you look like. I don't care if you an alien. Stay where you at. Stay on Mars, nigga. Damn. America is so subverted and demoralized. Oh yeah, America is. When did the people lose control, man? It's so sad. The bastion of freedom and prosperity and power slowly being corrupted from the inside out. When did it begin to fall? When did the people lose control? What happened? What happened? You know? What the fuck happened? It's like that meme that shows how America started with rebellion against like what would be seen as like small, insignificant taxes from the British government. And now we're taxed on every goddamn thing, bruh. Like, I live in North Carolina, we got sales tax. We got sales tax. Like, when I bought this fucking minis forum mini PC, it was like what the base price was like $569 or something like that, or $559. I forgot exactly which one. But with the sales tax, it went up to like $610. So I paid $40 in sales tax, nigga. Just to buy, I got the money to buy the thing, and I get taxed on buying the thing. Property tax, car tax, like it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. And that's why I say, when did we lose control? Like, at what point but maybe it's like what Alex Jones always said, it's the boiling frog. You don't just put the frog in hot water, it'll jump out. You boil it slowly. And then by the time it realizes it is being boiled, it's too late. I feel like that's kind of what's going on. So it's like, oh, this little tax, that little tax. We'll take this freedom. We'll take that. That's why, I don't know, maybe some people feel like I'm being too pessimistic, but what I'm saying is like, when is the last time you've seen like a truly good policy from the government or law or something like that? Every year, it just seems like every policy or law that comes into fruition is about taking something from us, right? Like just more, give them more authority to arrest people, to lock people up, more limitations, less freedom. And then before you know it, it's like, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. We ain't so free no more, huh? There used to be so many cons for being single and so many pros for dating girls. Now girls have pros on both sides and they're trying to have their cake and eat it too without thinking it through. The chameleon effect. But girls are gonna be all right. I'm gonna just, because I feel like a lot of guys, they want girls to like. Now, some girls are gonna suffer because they're not very smart, but I feel like so much of whether or not women suffer the consequences of living like this promiscuous lifestyle, I think it mostly just comes down to how attractive they are. I feel like attractive women always win. Unless they are like really stupid or they run into like a maniac, like a Ted Bundy type that's just gonna, do Ted Bundy stuff to them. But it's kind of like I got a friend, right? And his mom started off like a lot of women, dating like a drug dealer, thug type guy, street guy. And that was his dad, basically. His dad was a big time drug dealer at one time. And so she did that, had 3 kids with the guy. And so you would think, oh, she's doomed. But fast forward to now, years later, and she ends up with a guy who got like a big house and makes good money, got cars, right? So basically, she got her beta male provider in the end. Why did she get him? Because, and she wasn't even like great looking or nothing. She was just like an older woman in her late 40s who kind of took care of herself. Like she wasn't all fat and busted or nothing like that. Had a decent little older woman body and shit. She was just decent looking. Just, as an older woman, that's it. Well, nothing special. But because she was attractive enough, she didn't have to suffer the consequences of having multiple babies with a drug dealer. In the end, she still won because she was attractive enough to get a beta male provider. But, a lot of women, they're not going to really suffer in the end from their like consequences of what they're doing. As long as they're attractive. Like they always have that beta male provider safety net, If she was friends with benefits with you, then she's going to be friends with benefits with someone else. That's true. Like why not? Somebody told me I don't have a girlfriend because I'm not unemployed living on someone's couch. Like, dude, like, nah. Like that type of guy that pulls that off, like you gotta have raw attractiveness. It's like I said, bro. We are the expendable males. Well, I can't speak for all of you. Some of you guys might be more attractive, but we don't have base attractiveness. We're not that guy. Like we are so unattractive, not incel unattractive. But I mean just like we don't like girls don't feel the need to like put in effort to get to know us, nothing like that. We're easily replaceable. We're expendable. That's what guys of our tier tend to be. So that whole I'm gonna just be unemployed on the couch shit, it don't work for us because we don't have natural attractiveness going like in our favor. It's like I always say, attractive people attract regardless of anything. It's just the same way it works for women. It works that way for men. Attractive men are going to attract, job or not, money or not, right? That's what they do. Nature demands it. You were chosen by nature to reproduce. And so nature is going to let you know that we want you to reproduce. When I say nature, I mean the opposite sex. That's, they're going to be compelled to pursue or at least open the doors for you to fuck easily. We're not that, you know. We're not that. I know talking like that, it sounds kind of pessimistic and negative, but it's the truth, you know. I'm not a bad looking ugly dude or nothing like that, but I'm not attractive either. Like I'm just a regular ass expendable motherfucker, right? As at least in terms of dating, that's not how I feel about myself as a person, but to women, that's what I am. Nature doesn't care whether I reproduce or not because I'm not chosen to reproduce. I can, right? But nature doesn't care. Nature, because if nature cared, I would have gotten more attention from girls for sure. Clip this. Clip what? Did I say something awesome? Clip what? Remind me so I know to clip it later. Most people say I'm coping when I state I prefer to be single. I broke up with my last two girlfriends. I was happier being single than with them. Yeah, I would put it like this. If you ask me, would I rather be single or have a good girlfriend? I'd rather have a good girlfriend. But I think when you talk about guys being happy being single, or really preferring being single, it's usually being said with the understanding that there is a low chance of actually getting a good relationship. Like we're usually looking at it like being single is better than what's available to me. And I think that's true. That's true. And I think that's what people don't get about it. I think they're looking at it they're looking at it like you're saying you'd rather be single than to have like a bad bitch that's perfect and ideal and cooks for you and all. No, that most guys, like, we're not saying that. If I would rather be in a relationship with a good woman that was trustworthy, loyal, attractive, obviously, but that ain't gonna happen, right? So the preference for being single is because there are no better options than that available to us. It's better for us to be single than to date the women that would be available to us. I don't think any guy would just say, I'd rather be single than to have a good woman. Most of us that prefer being single is because there aren't any good women available to us. Why they aren't available, again, that varies. Maybe you're not attractive enough, you ain't got enough money, or there aren't that many great women out there anyway. Whatever the case may be, I think that's really what it is. But people tend to see it as a cope because they're comparing the single state to the state of being with a good woman. They're not thinking about it from a more level, balanced perspective or a real perspective of the reality of dating, right? That you're more likely to find someone that's not going to make your life better than not. Or you're more likely to find someone that's going to cause or be more of a cause than a benefit to your life. That's the reality of dating for a lot of us. And that's why we prefer to be single. I only want a relationship if there is strong attraction, not just because we're scared of being alone. Genuine burning desire, as Rolo said. Yeah. Yeah. I was talking about that guy from earlier, that 50-year-old I was talking to. And again, he says he loves his wife, and I don't doubt it. I'm not trying to shit on his relationship with his wife, but still, obviously, a relationship of convenience, because, again, you got 3 kids, she got 3 kids. Like, what are you going to do, right? Both of y'all, at that point, they were probably in their 30s. So yeah, it's like, what you gonna do? You know, what you gonna do? I mean, I what Rolo calls it genuine burning desire. I know AMS Alpha Male Strategy. He always says high interest, girls with high interest, and that's kind of how the way I would phrase it. That's what I would be looking for. Basically that cashier girl from almost 10 years ago. Damn, but not a hoe. Her, but not a hoe. I'll put it like that. It's crazy how long ago that was. Now that I think about it, that cashier girl story, the one that actually liked me, without a doubt. And damn, that was probably like at this point, like 8 or 9 years ago, 8, 9, something like that, man. But I never got choosing signals like that ever since. That was the most choosing signals I ever got in my life. Some people think high school is your last bet to get a girl. I don't know. I think things are intentionally screwed up. So get whatever makes you happy if it comes by. I would say college is probably the best. If you ask me, I would say college. And I don't think there's a better environment because everybody's young. You're young, you're in the prime of your life. You got your whole adult life ahead of you, literally. Expectations aren't very high because you all have infinite potential. At least that's what you feel, is what you think. So girls aren't looking at you like you have to be a lawyer or engineer today because you're studying to be that or something, right? You're not going to college to work at McDonald's later or Lowe's, even if that's what you end up doing. So like there's a sense of everybody having vast potential. Got your whole adult life ahead of you. And best of all, though, it's an environment where you have more women than men because more women are going to college than men nowadays. So the gender ratio is in your favor as well. And I always think about my best friend when he went to college. You know, right before he went to college, he was a virgin like me. And then when he went to college, it took him a few months, but once he started like going to parties and stuff and hanging out with people and smoking weed, it changed his life as far as like dealing with girls. I remember every time he would come back down here to visit, he always had new stories about, oh man, I met this girl or that girl and I hooked up with this one and this and that. It slowed down once he found his girlfriend, but when he was telling me about that, I was like, yo, college, like that's where, yeah, like that's where it can really happen for a guy, you know. It'll be interesting. Maybe I'll talk about this. Maybe I'll make a thread because now I'm kind of interested. Like, how many guys, how many guys on 4chan on the different boards, like especially like a place like R9K, that are like 25 year old, like 25 plus year old virgins. How many of them didn't go to college? Like that'd be a good question. Cause I always felt like if I would have went to college, I I really don't think I'll be a virgin today. To be just being honest, I don't think I'll be a virgin if I went to college. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be dead ass wrong. But I always felt that. Not that I care. Like again, I'm fine with the outcome of my sex life, which is nothing. I'm just saying it. I don't think I'll be a virgin if I would have went. Just based on the way my friend described it to me, I don't. Yeah, I don't. Nah, I don't think I would have. I don't think I would have been a virgin because I think I would have been more likely to be exposed to the rare type of girl that would have went for my bullshit, basically. I'm trying to skip some of these comments so I can catch up too. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I know I'm way behind, so I'm gonna skip some of these. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's funny. Vegeta always lost when he pointed his thumb. You see this? You know he about to take a L. Oh God, it's me. Yeah. Android 17 versus Piccolo was the best fight in the Android saga. It was a good fight. I don't remember it bit like every bit of it, but I do remember when I went back and watched that saga years ago. It was like, damn, that was a because remember that was when Piccolo fused with Kami, right? So he had a significant power boost. So he was ready to fight Android 17. And I think people were excited to see Android 17 fight because, he was the brother of 18 who mopped the floor with Vegeta. So I think, yeah, people were like excited to see him fight, knowing that he was as strong as 18 and if Piccolo could take him on. Vegeta and Piccolo were the only reasons to watch DBZ after Frieza saga. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, right? Because you know, I mean, a lot of people still love Goku, even though he's a fucking Mary Sue. And to Akira Toriyama's credit, he tried to pass the torch to Gohan. But Gohan, got to give Gohan credit. Gohan got a lot of fans. Gohan, but Yamcha fell off, Tien fell off. Like a lot of motherfuckers fell off. Krillin fell off. So and Trunks, remember they introduced Trunks as well. They introduced Trunks as well. So you still have some other good characters going. You still have some other good characters. Goku never fought the androids, only Android 19. Yeah, yeah, that's true. But Goku getting sick. If you think about it, it was a plot device to leave the field open for everybody else. It's just like when, dude, like this is Dragon Ball 101 if you think about it, bruh. Like when Goku got killed by Raditz the first time, now it's up to Gohan and Piccolo and Tien and Yamcha to face the Saiyans as they come, right? Fast forward, when waiting for Goku to reach Namek. So now Vegeta and Gohan and Krillin got a team up to fight the Frieza Force. And then after that, Goku had to get in the recovery pod, the healing pod. And while Vegeta and Krillin and Gohan were still fighting, right? So Goku's absence is always used as a plot device to allow other people to have shine. Because you got to think about it. If Goku is available to fight, why would he not be first up? Why would he not be first in line? And so from there, if he's up, then he either has to win or lose from there. And you don't want Goku to lose clean too much to these guys. So you let other people lose to him. And then Goku comes and saves the day. Or somebody comes and saves the day. But it's, Goku is always conveniently put up for things to build up for his arrival, basically. That's why they do it like that. So him getting sick, if he wasn't sick, then that doesn't open the floor for Vegeta and Piccolo and whatnot. Because Goku's first up. He got first dibs. And so what? You gonna let Goku lose to 18? No. You gonna let Goku lose clean to 19? Remember, he was sick. 19 didn't just beat his ass, overpower him like that. Goku was sick. You gonna let 19 beat Goku? You gonna let Goku get beat by a girl? No, that's Vegeta's job. Vegeta gets beat by the girl. That's what you got Vegeta for. We're gonna put Goku up while y'all go through the humiliation ritual. And then we bring Goku back. That's the formula. That's the formula right there. I love Dragon Ball, but I always hated that formula. I got way more respect for anime that actually give their characters proper shine, right? That's why I fuck with Demon Slayer. They give the main cat, like, I ain't gonna say everybody get equal shine, but they don't just humiliation ritual their main characters to make the Mary Sue character look better. At least not all the time. It's not just humiliation rituals being passed out to everybody for the main guy. Like, you walk away from every major conflict feeling good about most of the characters. So if you like Zenitsu, you can feel good about his contribution. If you like Inosuke, you can feel good about. That's why I like Hajime no Ippo. It's the same thing where the main cast, everybody takes L's sometimes. Everybody has significant victories. You know, like, you win some, you lose some. That's what Hajime no Ippo. I love that. And yet Toriyama backpedals to Goku in the boot arc. Yep. I mean, yeah. You know. But could Gohan uh, I don't know. Could Gohan have properly carried the torch? I don't know. I don't know. That's the thing. Like, people always give Akira shit for that. But could Gohan have carried the torch of Dragon Ball from there? Is that what we really wanted? Have we ever thought about that? Let's talk about that. Is that what you really want? Is I'm not the biggest Goku fan. I'm not the biggest Goku fan, to be fair, but I don't know. It's like, that's a tough decision to make, bro, like, and to ride with that forever from then on. You know, like, that's tough. That's like Kamina, right? When Kamina got taken out, they rolled with that. They rolled with that. They wrote and Gurren Lagann was never the same after that. To be fair, it was never the same. Although Gurren Lagann is a short anime, 24, 26 episodes. But that's serious when you take somebody out of the lineup forever. You know, like, you gotta yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying, man, is Gohan good enough as a character for the fans to carry the torch like that? You know, you gotta think about that. You gotta think about that. The Great Saiyan Man was an attempt to get that original Dragon Ball lighthearted theme going back, but the past two arcs were too dark for a reset, so they brought it back to being somewhat serious. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I was remembering Gohan going to school with that stupid outfit with the orange pants and the black vest and all that. Yeah, they were trying to, yeah, bring it back a little bit. You know, high school life of Gohan and his little crush and relationship with Videl. It was cute. I remember when I watched it, I liked it. I definitely ate it up for sure. It was cool. Um, but yeah, you know, it's for I guess for me, like, Gohan just doesn't do it. I think maybe it's a personal thing, but Gohan just doesn't do it for me. He just doesn't really do it for me as, like, not that I don't like him as a character, but to lead the way, to lead the Z Fighters, you know, that's I guess that's where I'm like, Unfortunately, Beast Gohan isn't in Spark and Zero. He will be. No way he's not gonna be in there. I remember when I cheated on my girlfriend, I felt so bad. I decided to break up with my girlfriend because I thought it wasn't fair to her or me to be cheating. When she found out, she was fine with it. Maybe she was cheating on you too. Or maybe you were just a placeholder boyfriend, but you know, the lesson here, don't cheat on your girlfriend. God, I got some degenerates in here. It'll be great going back to buying Arizonas for 99 cents. They're not still at 99 cents. I could have sworn the last time I saw one of those, they were 99 cents, but most things have gotten pricier for sure. She still wanted a relationship and said I could have a side. Oh, that's what it was. That's cool. Fuck. All right, then damn. That ain't bad. I think we need a third option, which is all the people get together and choose a random American citizen to be their representative. Whoever gets the most votes win. I don't think it should be random. I'm not saying like random, but I think that we got to think outside the box of the political system that's established. Like we basically need to say fuck the established government and political system top to bottom, right? Well, I can say every, right? That's well, but from the mayors to House of Representatives to the Senate, president, like everything that we vote for, we gotta take a step back and say, you know what, we gotta get our guy in there, not the guy that was given to us. We gotta find somebody for us amongst ourselves, real people. We gotta go within our community, and because within every community, you got good people, intelligent people, smart people, worthy people, but these aren't the ones that end up in these positions. Why not? So I'm saying, like, instead of us fighting over Kamala and Donald Trump, we need to say, honestly, fuck both of them. Like, let's get together and get someone that's going to really put America first and be for the people. But again, like, it'll never work because we're just too divided. People really, just, you know, so embedded in the side that they're on, you know? Like, I got this Trump hat on, but I was just talking mad shit about him. Right? I don't trust that motherfucker. I would vote for someone from my neighborhood before I vote for Trump, bro. Like, I would have more trust with somebody that I know as opposed to that. That's what I'm saying. You know, but we're so fucking divided. That's the first problem. Like, we got to get over this division. Like, we got to we got to really be like, fuck all this blue red shit. First of all, fuck this two-party system, fuck it. That's the first, to me, that's the first step. We got to say fuck that. We gotta start over. That's what I think. We gotta start completely over, bro. Because when I see red versus blue, Republican versus Democrat, that's, to me, that's just division. It's just division. I'm getting drowsy shit. What people? You mean the IQ declining overweight America? That's true too. But then why is the IQ dropping? You know, maybe that's by design too. But it's some smart people out there. I'm not saying just get again. I ain't saying go to McDonald's and get this 40-year-old ex-crackhead that's working at McDonald's for president. I'm not saying that. But, there are impressive people in every community. Like find like who are the stars of your community that you can trust. Like the who are the amazing people in your community. When I went to that fashion show, one of the girls there was 17 years old, and she already has her own business, like her own like small business, like I think it's like a tutoring business, and she has employees under her that she pays, bro. One of those girls was 17 years old, got a small business, a tutoring business, and has fucking employees, bro. Like, it's some amazing people out here in the world doing amazing shit. We ain't all just fat, lazy sons of bitches. Have you watched Twin Peaks, Chad? Not at all. I've heard of it, but I've never watched it. You're the cool uncle. You sure that's how your niece feels? She probably is face palming every time she sees you pull out that hat. Maybe she don't like the hat, but I got enough rank with my niece and in my house where I can do what I want. I'll put it like that. I'm not saying that she's gonna like everything that I do. It's not the point, but it's about your overall relationship and your overall rank. When you got that, you can get away with dumb shit, basically, right? Like, my niece knows that I'm a lifelong single virgin. I'm sure she doesn't think that's cool, but I've done enough for her, and we got a good enough relationship to where, she respects me and, again, sees me as the cool, dependable uncle, right? That don't mean that she gotta like everything that I do. That don't mean that she gotta agree with everything that I do, but just look at it from even your own perspective, right? You could have an uncle or a dad or a male figure in your life that maybe does some shit that you don't like, but overall, as a man, you can still respect him and his contributions to the family. You know, like, I don't know, like, just for instance, to me, Kamala Harris is a train wreck, right? But definitely wouldn't vote for her. But if I had a male family member that was a Kamala supporter, I would be like, eh. But if I respected him overall as a man, as far as like other shit, then it's whatever. The point is, you ain't got to agree with and like everything about a person. You can dislike and disagree with them on shit and still respect them as far as like the entirety of that individual and that person. I've seen people here amongst, like, on my channel that don't like Trump, that don't support Trump, but they and know that I like Trump, in general. They still fuck with me. So again, I don't think it's a big deal. It's all about your overall rank in the family and your contributions. I can afford to do some dumb shit. I don't even say dumb shit, but crazy maybe. Or rather, I can afford to go against the grain. Because when I call it dumb, I'm putting myself and all that and the positives of Trump down, and I shouldn't do that. It's not dumb, but it goes against the grain. It goes against the idea that black men have to support anybody but Trump. Like, I'm going against the grain with this. And that's all it is. It's not stupid. It's not crazy. It's just different. I'm going against the expectations that go along with my race and my skin color by wearing this hat and being a somewhat Trump supporter. That's all it is. Swedish girls did not like Chinese girls coming in Sweden and marrying their men. They probably were more mad. I don't know. I don't know. Like, because girls never lose. So why be upset? You a girl. Like, why be threatened? You got all the options in the world anyway. So what, they were probably more mad at the fact that the guys they didn't want now had dating options. That's what I would think. Because you got, really, are the top tier men in Sweden gonna choose Asian girls over the top tier native women? I don't think so. I don't think so. I could be wrong. I know a lot of white men love Asian women, but you know, I always felt like white the white guys who got with Asian women is because it's easier. I could be wrong, but that's always been my opinion on that. I feel like when it comes to white men going with Asian women, it's because it's the easier option. Because Asian women look up to them so much. Asian women prefer men of other races, specifically white men, over Asian men to such a degree that for white men, getting Asian women can be like shooting fish in a barrel. Especially if you decent looking, got some height to you and shit like that. But I'm just saying, I doubt that the Swedish women were like significantly threatened by it. I think a lot of times women just don't like men to have options, basically. Think about it. They don't want you to be a passport bro. They don't want you to date younger women. They don't want you to have AI girlfriends. They don't want you to have porn. And they don't want you to take advantage of the Asian women. Right? I'm telling you, women do not like when men have options outside of them. They don't. They don't. They want you either sad and lonely or a slave to chasing and pursuing what they have. The last thing they want is men to be happy away from them. Do you think Chad Marcos should have the right to vote? That's a good question. Oh man. But I think when it comes to voting, there's never really been like a limitation on like, right, like IQ or lifestyle or anything like that. Like I don't think there's really anything that prevents anybody from voting. I don't think there's anything that prevents anybody from voting. But I don't know. It could be a lot worse than me though. I'll put it like that. You shouldn't be worried about me voting. I put it like that. I don't think I'm the one people should worry about. Richard Lou, welcome to the stream. I love your song, Life is Neat. Great. I appreciate that. I think I'm a 6, maybe a 7 on a good day. I'm a 4 to a 6. I say I'm a 4 to a 6. I'm a 4 if you consider penis size and height. I'm a 6 if you don't. That's how I look at it. But I feel like you got to factor those in. That's why I say I'm a 4. I rate myself a 4 because of the small penis and the height. If I was a bit taller and had a bigger dick, I'd say 6. I'd say 6. But I'm lacking too much in important areas to give myself that kind of a ranking. I'm almost caught up. I'm just trying to get through this Hellbreaker and PlayStation debate here. I don't even know what they're talking about. Oh man. Damn, I'm way back though. So I thought I was getting closer. All right, well, whatever. We'll get there eventually. Most college girls are either sluts, career oriented, or feminists. I've had little success finding a quality girl in college. It's easy to lose your B card there if you are into that. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm looking at it as if I was the age that I would have been in college, which would have been like 20, like 18 to 22 ish, or something around there. And I wouldn't have had any standards as far as like, I wouldn't have been thinking about, oh, is she a feminist or not? I would have barely cared if she was a slut or not. I didn't really develop, well, I'm not gonna say I didn't develop standards until I was older, but I think my standards became more refined as I got older. I think back then it would have been more so, is she fat or not, or if I'm attracted to her or not, or something like that. I don't think at that age I was really too concerned about like personality and character. Like I would have been easily manipulated into a relationship with a BP demon or something like that. Cause I just don't think I would have had the, the I don't think I would have had the self respect and the wisdom to identify the red flags of toxic women and problematic women. Yeah, and that's what I think would have been my weakness as far as like, dealing with women when I was younger. That's why I think it was a great thing that I didn't date. That I didn't date in my early 20s, especially. I think by the time I was in my late 20s, I probably would have been about ready to be in a relationship. At least as far as like, when I say ready, I mean able to set boundaries, but also just being a better person to where I would have been a better boyfriend. Because again, at that point, I was actually like happy. I was happy and really into self improvement and focus on just being a better person. So I think post 25, that, yeah, I probably was probably wasn't ready to be in a relationship until then. But by that point, I just didn't care enough to try. So here we are. The problem is that since World War II happened, the literature in eugenics had a shift in trajectory thanks to that petulant man child Austrian. I see what you're saying though. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. You think about it, because personally, I'm not against the idea of eugenics, right? Like people be reproducing according to like the best genes, the best physical traits, intelligence, things like that. Like that would be awesome to see, bro. Like just imagine like a robust eugenics program. But again, like, nah, because we talked about this before, and I remember it always hits me at some point. Like, yeah, like that means that you have to control and dictate who people mate with ultimately. And I think that's the problem, right? So let's say I'm the result of a eugenics program. I am the outcome of a top tier male and a top tier woman. Now I'm expected to follow in their footsteps and also mate with this predetermined top tier specimen. Like it's so robotic and formulaic. That's why I think it ultimately doesn't work, because it requires you to have a certain degree of control over the participants' lives and who they end up reproducing with. That's really the big problem. Like that's why I don't think it works, because there's just a certain degree of like unhealthy control over the offspring. Like even if I agree to it and my mating partner agrees to it, what about our children? What do they want? Who do they love? And things like that. That has to go out the window, or else it fucks up the whole program. Like, wait a minute. You can't fuck that ugly fat girl, but I love her. Wait, you can't have sex with that black guy, but I love him. That's what's going to get in the way of that shit. Unpopular opinion, but Piccolo should have carried the show. I had this debate with a kick streamer. His response was saying, "You're only saying that because Piccolo is black." Nah, Piccolo has character. Piccolo carrying the show. I can't agree with that. I like Piccolo, but I can't agree with him carrying the torch. My God. No, not Piccolo. I'll say this, though. In defense of Piccolo, Piccolo is a mishandled character. Akira Toriyama was too quick to toss him to the side like he did Tien and Yamcha. And I think it seems as if he fell into the trap of believing that Piccolo, or rather that it wouldn't be believable for Piccolo to keep up in terms of the power level scaling that it was getting to. And in a sense, Piccolo was kind of used as a sacrifice, just like other characters, like Yamcha and Tien. What better way to demonstrate just how far Goku and the other Saiyan characters have gone in terms of their power than to say, these guys are so powerful, like Yamcha and Tien, these guys ain't even relevant no more. Now Piccolo ain't even relevant. All he can do is teach the kids how to dance, right? He's a dance instructor now. But look at the new Dragon Ball movie, the superhero movie, where they gave Piccolo the new transformation the same way they gave Gohan a new transformation. And basically what they did was they made Piccolo relevant again. So what that tells you is that, Piccolo, with his fan base and his character, like you said, he could have always been a relevant fighter if they would have just written him to be so. If it was just written that way. Because it worked in the superhero movie. Like, people loved that. It didn't feel like just a out of nowhere, for no reason ass pull. Like, people were like, yes, this is cool. Giant orange Piccolo. We like it. They made him relevant. So if they did it now, they could always did it. But this is what I say. This is the mishandling of Dragon Ball Z. Is this, or rather, its characters. Everything is done to make Goku look better at the expense of everyone else. And that's to me will always be the biggest flaw of Dragon Ball Z, is that they don't know how to keep, they don't know how to really keep everybody, not you don't need everybody, but to keep the fan favorites relevant instead of just using them in humiliation rituals to make Goku look better or something like that. Piccolo helped raise Gohan, another man's kids. When you say it like that, it make him just seem like a cook. I never thought of Piccolo as black. A lot of people say that, but I think a lot of that is a joke. Is a joke, but I don't know. I guess I never thought of him as being literally black, but he does have. I'll put it like this. If there was a live action Dragon Ball Z movie, and those never worked, but if there was one, and Piccolo was played by a black man, it would work. It would work. Even if it's just a black man in green makeup, it would work. Like, Piccolo got black vibes. I think that's really what it is. He got dark skin and black vibes, and that's why people see him like that. Ashta Nojo, Vinland Saga, Captain Harlock, Golden Kamu. If anybody ever mentions Ashta Nojo, I get excited. I want to watch Ashta Nojo Part 2 again. Piccolo isn't prideful and egotistical like Vegeta. The man is humble and treats most people with respect. He should have been the MC. He is a great character, though. That is everything you just said is true. I just don't think he has the. I just don't think he has the image and main character energy. I'll put it like that. But what you said is absolutely true. As a person, as a character, yeah, Piccolo is just he's great. He's great, and he's cool too. And he's not a goody two shoes like Goku. He still got some edge to him. I should just marathon Gundam 79 going through in release order. Yeah, I'm itching for some Gundam too. I'm about to watch The Witch from Mercury after I finish Demon Slayer season 5. Bloods versus Crips. You spelled Crip wrong too. Why do black people feel the need to force themselves onto everything through a racial lens? Can they just not relate to other groups? Can they just not relate to other groups? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's so much embedded in our thought process. I guess some people would call it like a victim mentality, but I feel like it's like so much of being black, especially in America, is based on like race relation, because that was the focal point of our entire lives and our fight for freedom and rights and things like it. For us, it was the most important thing. I know that it's nowadays, it's kind of gotten to the point where people are sick of it. How everything goes back to race, but the more I think about it, the more I kind of understand it too, because race was the most important thing for us. Like race was the reason why we were in bondage to another race. And then we only went as far in this country in relation to our relationship with the dominant race of said country, which was white people. And I think that's why for us, race is so important. Like we're not black people in Africa where we don't have to think about it. We're not Chinese people in China. We're not Japanese people in Japan. We're not Europeans in Europe. We are black people in a white country, period. Even though, again, it's a melting pot, multicultural diversity, all that shit. If you go back historically to the absolute roots and foundation of America, then yeah, at one point it was like straight up European white male dominated culture, country, society. Now, Lord knows, but that's what it was. So again, I see what you're saying, but I think it's understandable why our mindset is like that, because it was literally the most important thing. It was life or death. It was freedom or enslavement. It was job, no job. It was education, no education. It was respect, no respect. It was like race. Our relationship with the other races in this country, specifically white people, nothing was more important for us. Nothing. Nothing. But I talked about this. In the previous stream, like what it means to be a conquered people, a conquered race, and how traumatic and bad and all encompassing that can be, whether you're talking about Germans in Germany or black people in America, to be a conquered people and what that means is really fucked up when you think about it. But like I said, for us, we can't just be black, because every step that we've had to take to get here, it was in relation to our relationship with white people. Every step, everything. why men only vote why men only vote for abortion. I gotta take this picture, bruh. Like, there's literally a sign in my neighborhood. Like, I'm pointing, it's right over there. It's down the street, right over there. Like, if I went outside, I could reach it in 1 minute. It's right down the street. And it says, hold up, what does it say? It says, Trump is going to ban abortion, vote for Kamala. Like, just straight up like that. I'm like, yo, that is the most uninspired, uncreative political ad I've ever seen. But that's all you need. A lot of women, they're voting specifically on, the right for abortion. So, it is what it is. It is what it is. Me, I would never want, like, if I got a girl pregnant, I would feel bad about her getting an abortion. But I'm not necessarily pro-life either. I think it's one of those, in my opinion, I feel like abortion should be available within reason. 3 months abort, something like that. And you might wonder, why do I say that as someone that would not want his girl to get an abortion? And I think for me is because I can see how people can look at it differently, basically. Like, I can see how people can be like, or rather, I can see how someone cannot view an unborn, undeveloped fetus as a life equal to that of a born individual. I can see that perspective. I can see why somebody might feel that way. I'm not saying it's right, because again, it wouldn't sit right for me morally if I got a girl pregnant and I encourage her to get an abortion. And if she got one anyway, I would feel bad. But I'm just saying that I can see that perspective of, it's an unborn, unfeeling, pretty much unconscious being that's like 5% into his development cycle. I can see how people can be like, fuck that kid. I'm just I can see it. I can see how you could be like, man, fuck that damn thing. Get it out of me. Again, I wouldn't co-sign it with my girl if I had a girl, to reiterate. But I think part of living in a free society does mean being able to step outside of what you think as an individual and understanding that everybody don't look at life the way that you do. And this is how the division takes root, and between us is wanting to control and dictate what other people do. Not being able to accept that living in a free society means people doing things that you don't necessarily agree with, as long as it doesn't intrude on, you. But I can also see the other side too, because if people who are like super, super pro-life, they feel like they're saving the lives of unborn children. So that's why they don't separate it or see it as being like they're just doing something I don't agree with. It got nothing to do with me, right? I want to protect the life of the unborn child. So I can see both perspectives, basically. I think abortion is just one of the hardest topics for people to find common ground on. When you're on one side or the other, it's hard, right? That's hard, bro, because you're looking at it in completely different ways, right? Like, on one side, I don't really see this as a complete life that I can't just snatch up out of me. And on the other side, it's like, this is literally a life. This is a love, the life is a human being. That's why it's tough. That's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. But I just know that what I wouldn't do, I wouldn't support my girl getting an abortion. I'd be like, nah. But I don't want kids, by the way. I'm not saying that like I want kids. I don't want kids. But I don't want to have to abort a kid either because I wanted to have fun fucking. That's the dilemma. I don't want kids, but I don't want to abort kids either. So we got to figure something out. Luckily, I'm not having sex, so I don't got to think about that yet. But that's how I look at it. Hey, Chad, have you watched Snowfall? Not at all. Heard of it, but never watched it. You should check it out when you get the chance. You're not crazy. You are informed. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Not because, you guys see that I have like self deprecating humor. And sometimes I got to catch myself from doing that all the time. It's not crazy. It's not crazy to support Trump compared to Kamala. If anybody is crazy, it's the goddamn Kamala supporters. I'm just gonna be honest. I love y'all. I love y'all, but what? Like, we gotta talk about this. we gotta talk about this. That's all I'm saying. I love y'all. We need to, get away from the name calling, but nah, bruh. Like, have you not experienced and seen the current state of America? Don't you know that she is co-signing the Biden? She is a part of and co-signs the Biden administration and the things about it that you don't like. That's all I'm saying. If you don't like the Biden administration, don't you know that she held significant rank within it and co-signs the job that Joe Biden has done. She is not going to go against what he's done. Whether she believes that or not, what is in her heart. But if you ask Kamala Harris right now, do you think Joe Biden did a good job? Do you support his policies and what he's done? What do you think she's going to say? So you take that. Why are you supporting her if you don't like the current state of America? Donald Trump ain't president. So you must like what's going on. Because she's a part of it and she co-signs it. But it's tough, man. It's tough as a black man because if you go against the black narrative, the established pro-black narrative, people try to act like you were Uncle Tom. That's just what it is. And I think that's one of the biggest problems in our community, right? And you can fuck the Trump shit, right? Yeah, we can put Trump shit to the side. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, dude. Like, even when it comes to simple shit like acknowledging the things that about our culture that we're responsible for, people want to call you Uncle Tom or go against you on that. It's like what Charleston White was talking about in response to the Little Durk situation where he's been arrested for this connection to this murder for hire plot, right? How in the black community we celebrate Lil Durk, we support him being free, all these things, when he's a known gang affiliated person. A gang promoter of violence, retaliation, drug dealing, negativity. Like, we've made heroes of criminals and degenerates. That's us. That's us. That's what we do. And I think we got to take ownership of that, But again, when you talk, you're Uncle Tom because you don't support Kamala, you don't support Lil Durk, Kamala Harris. Like, nah. And you know what, man? I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Like, I truly believe black people could be one of the most successful, prosperous, powerful races on the planet. I believe in us. I believe in us for real. But I think that real change starts with acknowledging where we're going wrong as a people, our culture, and things like that. You know, if you can't even acknowledge your own faults, the faults of your own people, and take responsibility for what you've done, what we've done to make our own communities worse, then we're not going to be able to move forward. You got to first acknowledge that there's a problem. There's things that we need to fix about ourselves. It don't mean that we can address racism and police brutality and all these other things, but we got to also look at where we go wrong as a people and what we can do better for ourselves amongst ourselves. But again, that conversation inevitably leads to the Uncle Tom accusation and shit like that. I mean, God forbid you insinuate that the Democrats don't give a fuck about us, even though the last 4 years have been just that. God. But, you know, it is what it is. Bacon! I just came across your video on the black men with shrimples, and I also saw you were live. I just want to say you genuinely just saved my life. I was gonna rope tonight because I felt alone. So from the absolute bottom of my heart, thank you. Hey, I saved a fucking life, nigga. Yeah, bitch. Document it, stamp it, clip it. Chad Marco saved a life. Fuck y'all. My proudest moment. Hell yeah. Oh man. Yeah. But in all seriousness, you know, I remember I was watching Alpha Male Strategies years ago. And he was talking about being a content creator. And he talked about, you know, yeah, it's cool having the views and making the money and all that shit. Way more than what I get from this. But I never forget what he said about how the best things about what he's been able to do as a content creator is when people contact him and say, man, you changed my life. You saved my life. I was depressed. I was going through this and I was going through that. Like, and I agree, man. And I don't get it very often, but every now and then I get shit like that, right? Where somebody is legitimately like changed for the better because of what I do here, you know, and that's the greatest reward. That's the greatest reward, knowing that, you know, that you have the power and the ability to influence people for the better. And I know I'm not like some amazing, like super successful person, you know, but I think that I have simple but very positive contributions that I can bring to people as far as like my experiences, my attitude. And every now and then I see that come to fruition when people come to me with these stories, right? Where it's like, man, again, you know, you changed my mindset. You pulled me from depression somehow, right? You know, you've inspired me to do this or do that. Like I really love that shit, you know, because it's cool making the dope songs and the dope beats and being funny and all that. But again, when you can actually influence people for the better in such the dark world that we live in, all the darkness, all the fucked up crazy shit that's going on. You know, like that's the best thing. That's the best thing about being in the position that we're in, is that we have the ability to do stuff like that. You know, but you know, it's a reminder that I got to keep grinding and making myself better, because as I make myself better and I share my experiences and my wisdom and advice and things like that, then I'll be better able to help other people as well, you know. And I think I gotta lean more into that, you know, like that guy before, like somebody asked me recently, like, are you gonna do those workout videos? And I'm like, yeah. But again, that's a great idea. Something positive that I can do, you know, sharing my fitness routine. Like again, nothing amazing, but it counts. Stuff like that. And definitely talking about having a small dick. God. I really put myself out on a limb with that one. I ain't getting no hoes. I exposed myself in the worst kind of way with that one. But if it saved a life, then it was had to check the time. Then it was worth it. Mm-hmm. Bacon, hold up. He takes a minute to catch up to the chat. Yeah, look, I hope I hope he made it. Right? Chad Marco ignored me. Fuck it. Right? Damn. I threw the gun. Hold up. Chad Marco ignored me. Fuck it. Oh, there was a part in Demon Slayer when Tanjiro was fighting the demon that would put him under a sleep spell, like a deep sleep dreaming spell. And the only way to willingly get out of it was to commit suicide. And once he realized it, like he pulled his sword out and he was like, ah. And it was just kind of crazy. Like if you see that scene out of context, it looks so fucking ridiculous. But he had to kill himself to wake up, basically. But yeah, Chad Marco ignored me, so I'm gonna chop my own head off. That's the joke. Damn, bruh. Dude, I'm no lie. This MAGA hat, I rock it so well, and now with the sword, right? God, what a fucking patriot I am tonight. Ooh. Oh, Rengoku's last stand. Ooh, okay, I'm done. I'm done nerding out. Oh, just sit back, relax, and enjoy the decline. Don't sweat it too much. Nah, I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. You know what? Maybe I need to go find Oreo Man. Maybe I need to find Oreo. What if I could save Oreo Man? Imagine the Chad Marco Oreo Man collaboration, right? Oh God! Like, does anybody have Does he have an email? How do you get in contact with Oreo Man, bro? Damn! If I could, if I could bring Oreo Man to the side of good, if I could make him see the light, that would be amazing. Oh man, I want that one. I want Oreo Man. Bacon, you're cool, but I want Oreo Man on my side. Dysgenics have had a great impact on society. I see your point, but I think you haven't thought about how it can be implemented as in depth as dysgenics have been for the fight of commerce and profits. There are subtle ways by which these elements conspire. And mind you, I never said I aspire for hard eugenics, but a soft eugenics program that is more subliminal and early introduction. Okay, so you're not saying it like, okay, we have these farms of Chads and Stacy's making babies. Yeah. Yeah. But how would that work? Hmm. I don't know. I got some ideas, but that's a whole conversation. Me and you had to talk about that. Nico, what's up? So tired. Yeah, I'm getting kind of drowsy. It's like 2 in the morning. I'll probably get off soon. I need to start watching some horror movies soon. I gotta record this song. I got a lot of shit to do actually. I'm glad I already got my workout in though. I gotta worry about that. I've been a little inconsistent lately. Ultimately, the autonomy and freedom for the people is the goal. As how a fit man is free to move about as he pleases, as opposed to an overweight man. Oh man, that's a good comparison. I welcome Chad's family into New Zealand over more curry. Oh yeah, because I'm pretty awesome. Yeah, I don't know if I want to go to New Zealand though. Do y'all have gun rights, freedom of speech? I kind of like those. CIA black distribution, CIA crack distribution in black communities in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, shit like that is real too. That's some real shit too. Like how things have been kind of purposefully forced upon us. And you gotta wonder like how deep that all goes, you know? UK is a mess because the intelligent ones left. Yeah, that could be a thing too. If Trump said ban porn, would you still back him, Chad? Ban porn, would I back him? Understand, even now, I don't like fully back him, right? Like, and I talked about why earlier. I'm just saying he's better than Kamala. If within the political game that we're playing, where we choose between the candidates that are presented to us that aren't going to fix the country regardless, within that game, okay, so we're playing a video game here, and I have to choose what's available to me. Yes, I'll choose Trump over Kamala. If Trump says we're gonna ban porn or I want to ban porn, I don't agree with that. I don't like that. But again, if I'm playing the game where I gotta choose Kamala or Trump, that doesn't make Trump worse than Kamala. I'll put it like that. I'm against it. I hate it. I like porn. More than anything, I like freedom. You know, I hate anything that's trying to take freedom away from people or try to dictate how other people should live their lives. I hate that shit. So even now, I don't just blindly back Trump because he's Trump. I just think he's better than Kamala. Doesn't mean I agree with everything he does. Doesn't mean that I don't strongly disagree with certain aspects of him. You know, it's just if you ask me who would be better for the job, Trump or Kamala, I would go with Trump. That's it. But yeah, if he was like ban porn, still better than Kamala. Still better than Kamala. That's all I'm saying. He's still better than her. And then think about it. Under the Biden administration, we got porn restrictions anyway. Like, cause in my country, I'm not. I said country. Other in my state, in other states, now they have these laws where you have to show like face ID and shit like that to get access to certain porn sites. Like, I can't access Pornhub without using a VPN now. Now, of course, there's plenty of sites I can like. Don't get me wrong. Like like it has barely affected me in any real way. So I'm not saying it like it's a big deal. But the point is, it's funny that you say that because under the Biden administration, now we're actually getting like porn laws or porn restrictions and shit, porn sites being blocked in different states if they don't comply with the age verification laws that have been implemented. So again, it's like, and I get why you would put that on Trump because of his affiliation with the Republicans and how they tend to be more anti-porn than the left. But it's just funny because we got more anti-porn shit under Biden than under Trump. So it's like either way, if that's the agenda, then that's what we're gonna get. I think that's clear. Whether it's Trump or Kamala or blue or red, if they want to go out the porn, they're gonna do it. They do what they want. They do what they want. That's what it is. Not only that, but black South Africans don't consider the black Americans as part of their culture. So the black Americans stand at a very desolate place where he is neglected and attacked from all angles. I mean, it's unfortunate. It just is. It's unfortunate. We are a conquered, defeated people in another racist land, basically. And we've come a long way. I'm not saying it like we just got it so bad. We ain't in chains and shackles and shit. Jim Crow segregation. Like, don't get me, I ain't saying it like that. But it's like we are always asking, hoping, and begging to be put in a better position, right? Like, white man, please do this. Now, whether you beg or whether you shake your fist, it's only going to happen if the dominant race allows it. That's the sad aspect of it. You can be big and bad about it, or you can please give me reparations, but it only happens if the dominant race allows it. To not be the dominant race in the country you live in, not a good thing. Just not. It's not a good thing. But even though Native Africans have that perspective of us, I don't think it's that bad. Like, if you're black and you go to Africa bringing value, like, as long as you're not like a complete idiot, like, I'm sure if you're black and you go to Africa, it ain't like they just gonna be like, discriminate and drag this drag this guy through the mud. I don't think it's that bad. I know we don't have the greatest relationship with our African brothers. But I think in reality, when push comes to shove, if you are black and you go to Africa and you are a person of value, you can fit into the community. Like, I'm sure if you're a black American man and you go to Africa as an engineer or a doctor or something, I don't think they're going to be like, get out of here, leave, go back to America, go back to America. I have a terrible African accent, by the way. Go back to America. I don't know. I can't do it. you know. Black culture nowadays is manufactured by skin deep plants that actively undermine the black community in America. Maybe there's a lot of truth to that. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. I know a lot of people kind of looked at the influence of like hip hop culture, specifically like the gangster side of things, as being like an example of that. For sure. I mean, I'm telling you, man, one of the scariest things I ever seen is when Chief Keef came out and then all those Chicago drill rappers came out, and that, like, I had just never noticed like such a obvious influence on the culture than that. Because at this point, when Chief Keef came out, I was like 22, 23, something like that. And I remember I would hang around like younger people sometimes who were like, I don't know, like 15, 16, and they were talking like gangsters from Chicago. Like they were using that Chicago lingo, like, oh, my ops and all that, I ain't lacking, and I guess growing up, I had always seen people occasionally talk about like gangster music's influence on the culture and shit, right? Like NWA, that's the big one, the Ice T's, and um, a lot of the gangster thug rappers of that era. But I didn't experience it. It was just something like, because again, I was like born into it where like that just, it was what it was. This is just what we are. It's gangsters, it's Bloods, it's Crips, it's this and that. But with the Chief Keef and the Chicago drill rap scene, I actually experienced a shift. I saw the influence. Like I wasn't born into it, to that shit. I saw it come out of Chicago and spread. Like I really saw it happening and saw young minds being influenced by this shit, and not for the better. And it was like, wow, like that shit is actually real. Cause I guess I look at it different because I'm not stupid. So I don't look at gangster rap or gangster stuff and be like, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna be that. I can listen to Chief Keef without saying, "Oh, I'm gonna go join the gang." Like I love Sosa and all that, and King Von. They make some hard ass gangster rap music, man. But my mind just don't work like that to listen to it and hear it and think, "Oh, let me go do that." So I don't take it as seriously. But then when I look at younger people like straight up being influenced by it, it's like, oh man. And it's funny, I was talking to my niece about this because, of course, it influences the girls as far as like, we got female rappers like Glorilla, Sexy Red, Ice Spice, and whatnot. But I think also what ends up happening is that girls would see like an NBA young boy, right? Who's like one of the most popular male rap artists in America right now. Like girls would see that, and then the influence of NBA young boy, that character, that lifestyle, that music, when they're at school, that's who they're gonna look for when they're choosing a boyfriend or someone to have sex with. They're looking for, okay, who's the NBA young boys of the school? Not like literally him, but who's like him, who's hard like him, street like him, tough like him, dress like him, act like him. And again, that's another aspect of the influence on our culture as far as like the women. It doesn't just influence the behavior of the men, but it influences what women look for in the men. And so that helps perpetuate the influence and that whole cycle, because now it's like, oh, I'm rewarded for this behavior with women. I was talking to my friend's younger cousin, who I think when we talked about this, he was like 18 or something. But, I've seen him grow up. Like, I've seen him be like just like when he was like 13, 14, he was just a fat kid who just loved to eat snacks all day and play video games. But then he got into like the gang life, joined the gang, and was involved in all types of dumb shit, started doing drugs and whatnot. And I remember we were just hanging out one night, and I asked him, I was like, what attracted you to the gang life, to joining the gang and all that shit? And he basically said that it made him cool. It gave him status amongst, his peers. And again, this is what we're talking about. It's that influence that these things have on our culture. But then you can go to that other, like, okay, is it us, or to a certain extent has this been also like forced upon us, put in our faces? You know, because when you go back to like the 80s and the 90s, who controlled the record companies that were signing these people? Who greenlit these projects, these artists to be pushed? Now it's different because of the internet, but what about back then when it was like, again, you had to be in within a certain organization to get seen on TV, to be in a magazine, to be heard on the radio? Who controlled that to say that this is what we're going to push and this is what we're going to promote? That's that next layer of the, I don't know if I would say conspiracy, but the idea that to a certain extent our culture has been sort of manufactured in such a way that would lead to our overall decline and decay within our communities and things like that. I hate when these conversations get that deep. I be wanting to chill, man. I be wanting to chill, nigga. Shut up, Hellbreaker. Marco is giving a platform for unheard people to be seen. Most content creators would ban you or get rid of you just for saying anything remotely out of pocket. Yeah, I never been one for, being quick with the bans. I will. but I guess because I'm a weird motherfucker too, so you know. Marco, you have indeed made a positive impact for me too. Oh yeah. And you haven't seen nothing yet. Bacon, stop typing. Let's hope for the best. I'm doing fine. That's all I need to hear. I'm finna go hop on the gamer, so I'm gonna see y'all. Okay, great. All right, we saved one, guys. We saved one. We saved one. We saved a life. I think that right there is reason enough for us to wrap things up. We had a good stream. I got a lot of stuff that I want to get done this weekend. I've been streaming for 4 hours now? Damn. But 40 minutes of that was me picking up my niece. So I was actually streaming for about, let's say, hold up. It was like probably like 3 hours and 40 minutes. Still pretty long. We had a good stream though. Had a good stream tonight. I wasn't able to go too in depth on the other topics, but I got a good little Durk clip there. I'm gonna definitely clip that out and maybe something else put on the YouTube channel. We got some good content here though tonight. So I will see you guys on the next stream. I got a comments video. I got a comments video coming out tomorrow. I uploaded another Patreon exclusive beat, a very good one, by the way, for the followers and supporters over there. Make sure you guys support the Patreon. That's how YouTube ain't giving me money no more. Oh man, which kind of sucks, but I think it's worth it. Fuck it. I see a lot of content creators, and this is the last point that I'll make before I get out of here. YouTube is fucked up, man. I see how these content creators have to censor themselves so much. Like, I'm now seeing, like, these guys won't even say kill or gun or murdered or dead. Like, these aren't offensive words. You're not saying fuck, bitch, ass, like, right? Simple, like, everyday words, they have to say, and I get it. I'm not hating. I get it. They want to make their YouTube money. I got you. And so they censor themselves. And I've really had to sit here and think, am I gonna do that just to get remonetized or get the most money out of this? And I can't do it, bro. I can't do that because I feel like ultimately what that is like their control. Like this is where the destruction of free speech starts, where people start choosing money over being able to say what you and dude, like we have to stop and realize like we have guys who can't even say, like I said, kill, murder, gun, rape. These are real words. This is just real everyday words, and they have to censor themselves just to get their money, bro. You know, and I had to think about it, and I was like, bro, I can't do that because I'm playing. That's what they want. They want you censoring yourself. They want you. Oh, you can't say gun. You're not gonna say gun and rape. That's playing into it. We'll pay you to limit your own freedom of speech. I ain't going for it. You know, I'm keeping my channel real. I'm keeping my channel authentic, and I'm standing for something over here. You know, and that's why I ask anybody here who can go to the Patreon, support the Patreon, because that's the only way I'm gonna get any money off of any of the shit that I do on YouTube. Because I doubt they're gonna ever remonetize me again. So anything you have donated and support the Patreon. Every now and then I put exclusive content up there. So support that and support free speech and support your guy, Chad Marco. So see you guys later.